guys will be fine, maybe. Sort of, depending on how the dice go.
Mhm.
We'll see.
I'll probably be fine. I mean, obviously everyone else is stuck because they're all frightened of Mordor right now.
I'm not.
Party's frightened of Mordor right now, which I have some arguments with that. Like, I'm confused on how he's able to frighten his allies. Like, even if he was looking scary and if he was on my team, I'd be like, ah, shit, good for him.
And the ability to say all creatures, I don't know. It says all creatures.
I was gonna say, I think it's just like a Death Monk thing.
Yeah. It's on Earth, isn't it?
Is it?
Long
No,
Death-
it's an official thing.
Yeah, but wait, Long Death is Unearthed Arcana, isn't it? Is it in a book?
I think so.
Is it Skag? Let me go look.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Sword
Oh,
Coast.
you're right. It is. It's Sword Coast.
It feels like a Skag thing for some reason.
I mean, to be fair, it is creatures that can see you. So, I mean, I guess you guys could like avert your eyes to not be affected by it. I don't
It's
know.
like,
But I mean, if we can do that, then enemies can
Then
do
monsters can too, yeah.
Yeah.
so
Yeah, but they need warning for
Yeah.
it.
They would need a warning.
Has one eye.
So, like, you guys are a team, and you guys can use your downtime to, like, communicate and come up with battle plans, and, like, it's totally cool to come up with a battle plan that says, hey, when I call this word, look away. And, you know, the enemies will... Oh my god, Vasu, I'm so sorry. But, like, when the enemies see it the first time, they won't get it. They'll be affected, and, you know, they'll probably have a better idea the second time around, but, like, you guys can strategize like that.
It makes sense, like, because this is kind of the first time he's done it in front of everyone.
is true,
and
too.
Within every, so we're surprised. Holy shit! You summoned the Avatar of Death. What did that happen? Since when can you? Oh my! And then we're like, okay, seeing that is apparently horrifying. Now we can strategize.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know how it would work
Those of you that,
mechanically
like-
for you guys to have to like avert your eyes from me and to not be afraid is like
Idea. Just wink at us. Like wink, and we'll be like, aw, he's a friend. And then we'll know.
So what I would probably do is, when you call out your keyword, anyone that can hear you can use their reaction to close their eyes until the start of their next turn. They would not become feared, they'll just be blinded until the start of their next turn. Oh my god,
Which
Frisk,
is way better.
Frisk, stop it. Speaking of the start of the next turn, I did get around to making rebound points not useless again, because of dynamic initiative. The short version is that you can spend a rebound point at the top of a round to just say, my initiative is this, anything between 0 and 30. So, for instance, if you really want to like set up a combo, you can do something on one turn and then guarantee that you go first on the next turn, something like that. You can also use your reaction in the middle of a turn to spend a rebound point and just say, I want to go next, and you just jump straight to that spot. And then there's still the old, you can use it to like try to resist an effect that would cause you to become incapacitated, or you can use it to make an attack. I did upgrade it so it is a full attack action, so you do get extra attack. You don't get bonus attack swings or anything like that, but you do get your full round of extra attack, and you can also cast a cantrip for 1 point instead of 2 now. So some general buffs to rebound points all around.
Hey.
We'll see how it goes.
I like it.
Yeah. Most of it inspired by Gloomhaven, which I will continue to rant about being the perfect system that everyone should use for everything except for roleplay. But I'm going to find a way to use it for roleplay one day. Anyway, we left off, like, right the fuck in the middle of initiative, but first inspiration, because that might be important. It looks like... ooh, we got a big old tie. Nomad, Vasu, Gale, and Ace. And I'll just give it to all three of you. Because, you know...
Hang in there.
You're all pretty dead. And it was a fun session.
Much better.
Alright, with that said, though, you guys had ventured into here. You had found a plant that Nomad tried to communicate with, hoping to find the weird white lady. When he kind of sunk his teeth into it, the plants fought back this time, revealing this big plant creature that you guys defeated. But during that fight, some defenses were alarmed. Is that the word? Some defenses were activated. Some defenses were triggered. There we go. I like triggering. And they began to attack. And they unleashed a volley of stunning and confusing flashbang grenades that caused a fuckload of mayhem. And then Gale got super fucked all at once by this Titan, but managed to run away to relative safely. And that's where we're going to pick up.
Against my will, but no.
Absolutely.
Already?
So we are jumping into a fresh round of initiative. Let's go ahead and do... I suppose I should probably like put on some ambience and set up the stream and all these other things that I normally do.
I need my
Are we
mode
live already?
music. Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Also, who did you say got inspiration? I missed it.
Oh, fuck. Anyone catch
It's all
that?
good.
Me.
I know, I got it. And it's one of the ends got it. Either Nordo or Nomad.
Nathan,
Someone got it.
Nomad.
So I don't think it was me, so it must have been Nomad.
Thought I got it.
So they're doing maintenance, so I wasn't able to delete it. So let me just go look it back up again.
Hey.
Eventually. Results. Click. Go. Nomad, Ace, Gale, and Vasu. Alright, anyway, jumping back into the top of a new round. If anyone wants to spend rebound points, now's the time. Otherwise, Flick is up first.
Oh my god, I rolled like shit.
Do I have rebound point?
It looks like...
I know I was.
We all
I was.
do.
Anyone who did not, like, take an action on their last turn. So if you're confused and you got the don't do anything result, then you get rebound points.
I wasn't confused. I think I got like stunned by one of those flash grenade assholes. Was that confused? I can't.
Yeah, those
I got
are
hit with
up to
something,
you.
and then I used my inspiration to cure from it, and then another asshole did the same thing to
Yeah,
CC
that's
all 8
confusion.
of us again.
Gotcha.
Whatever that was.
So it looks like the confusion status effect is still on you, so you'll get some at the end of this turn if it prevents you from doing anything. But you don't have any currently.
Cool.
So sorry, what was I part of earlier? Was that
Inspiration.
inspiration?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll add one now or what?
Go for it.
Sure.
Also, you might want to announce on Discord.
Yeah. We are live.
It.
Also, a fair warning. I woke up this morning with a scratchy throat and a bit of a cough, so I might die halfway through the session. We'll go as long as we can. We'll see how it goes.
You're sick like every month.
It is crazy.
Do you have it? Do you have
Do
the
you
crown?
take your vitamins, sir?
I do. I've got a nightly vitamin that I take every night. They're minty.
Also, I have great news, and I know that I already announced this in the chat, but I just want everyone out there watching to know that the ham is gone.
Oh,
Praise be.
Praise be.
God.
The evil is dead.
We've done it, guys.
Apparently, my boss's wife was like going to divorce him if he forgot the ham. She was apparently so excited about this ham, and we don't know why.
We've done it, guys.
A fetish.
I hope not. I don't know. I've met her before. She doesn't seem like a fetishy person.
Most people don't.
She more just looks like she just has resting bitch face. But that's just fine. That's just who she is.
Noted. Anyway, Flick's up first. Unless you guys have something specific you want him to do, I'm going to have him stab that thing to his north.
I just want to point out that it's the people that usually it's really quiet or boring or have resting bitch face that are usually private.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's funny.
probably-
She's hella funny. She's just like she has like dry humor, which I love.
He is confused.
Can I request that Flick gives me all his hit points?
I'll see if he has a way to do that.
I feel like he would probably stab and then get the fuck out of Dodge with his swashbuckler thing and try to get away from everything out of this fuck pile.
He's probably just going to be confused.
No, he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Oh, nice.
So this phase, he does get disadvantage because of the fear. But yeah, his weapon attacks are strong, so I assume he'll probably either booming or arcing. Does he have arcing? Does he have booming? Surely he does.
He has booming.
Okay, he just cast it as a spell. Oh, I see it. Okay, here we go. Yeah. I hope this is right. Is this right? What? Okay. Sure, okay, there we go. So, that is a big old hit for 14, 19, 21 points of damage on this guy. He is actually almost dead. And then he will cunning action disengage and try to get.
He doesn't need to disengage because he is
he's
a swashbuckler.
swashbuckler.
So we could bonus action dash and get the fuck out of there.
And that is exactly what he will do. After having seen that this guy doesn't have. Oh, actually, he does have to because he. That only applies on the enemy that he hit, right?
I have no idea.
All right, then he's going to disengage so he
Also-
can get away from this Titan and come over here.
Not to teach your homework or anything, but did that 13 hit because he had disadvantage?
Whoa.
It should be a 14 because of the +1, shouldn't it? Or
Yeah.
is his compass pointing the wrong direction?
No, it's the right direction, but 14 is still a miss. So you're absolutely correct.
He could bonus action aim. I've heard him do that.
He
He
does that a
can't
lot.
move then. But he can't move then.
You guys decide. Call it.
He'd
I
rather-
feel like
Flick
he
would
would
move. He'd get
probably
out of there.
move.
All right.
Yeah. He can just Eldritch Blast stuff from afar.
Cool. He does get out of the confusion, thankfully, and his fear goes away at the end of your turn, right?
Into my turn, yeah.
All right, I'm just going to mark it for now. Remember, Eddie Jamjar is up. Eddie's afraid, but he's not confused. So he's going to do a bunch of healing. He's not next
Doc,
to anybody.
come on, man.
He's going to do what he can. What does he even have? Does he have that? Ooh. Oh, he has this. Okay, we'll see how this goes. This is a base. Oh, shit, that's not bad. Alright, this is on everyone.
I'm really glad these are
14 points of healing on literally everyone.
Outstanding.
And then
Including the enemies?
No. No, don't be silly. And then he's going to use a bonus action. Is anybody dealing with repeated? No, we're good. Okay, that's him. That brings us to Dragon at the bottom. Toto's already... Is he actually dealt with? No, he's just halved. So you'll try to go for Toto.
I think Toto's
You have
just
to, like,
down.
Power unconscious. What are you looking at?
Look at the stars.
He's dead as fuck, man.
Yeah, it looks
Oh,
zero.
he totally is. I'm looking at the wrong health bar. Yep, you're right.
You've already taken everything from me. Like, there's no point in targeting anything to do with Gale. He's good as dead.
Fair enough. Okay, he's going to come up to Nordo then. And he doesn't get the charge, but he does get one of these. 21 for 5. And that brings us to Moat. Oh, you know, I guess they can see the map if they want.
Oh wait, he moved from right there to right there. Does that count as leaving my reach?
No, because he's still in your reach.
Then-
Unless you had Sentinel or Tunnel Fighter.
I do have Sentinel.
Oh, wait, shit, that might work then. Let me go check.
I think you're thinking of something else.
It might be Tunnel Fighter that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you're thinking of ice that he gets to
Yeah.
attack if anyone moves within his range, not
Yeah.
just out of it.
I believe
Yeah.
that's correct. Yeah.
That's correct, yep. Just kidding. Alright, Mutt's up. He's confused. I need a D10 4. 4 means you get rebound points and do nothing, and then the confusion fades. Woo, crowd control.
Yay.
Can I use my rebound points to go right now?
Absolutely.
Are these things metal?
They appear to be made
Or
of
something like
light. It looks like it's just kind of light, but it definitely has a physical quality to it. You can see impacts are actually causing it to shatter and crack.
Alright, well. I'm gonna cast haste on myself.
Excellent.
Is it like the Pulp Fiction adrenaline shot?
Oh yeah, yeah. Straight in the heart.
Excellent.
Pure injected cocaine.
Alright, haste goes up.
Why is Pulp Fiction titled Pulp Fiction?
That's a good question.
because non-pulp orange juice is a lie, and there's always pulp in it somewhere.
I didn't know that.
I mean, they strain it.
Relation between that movie and orange juice?
I've never
Pringle?
seen the movie, so
Jesus.
I think I have, but I don't think I was paying
Okay,
attention.
never
I just
mind, that was
remember the
pretty clever.
key points of it.
anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
Gale.
go ahead, trade.
For no
apparently,
particular reason,
the
Oop.
it-
Is
Can
your
I
name
do-
Gale, Steven? Shush.
I was explaining Pulp Fiction.
We're
No
done
one
with
cares
Pulp
about Pulp
Fiction.
Fiction.
Shush.
All right, Gail, go ahead.
Can we go jump over to the crafting section for just a second for no particular reason?
Oh,
It
hell
has absolutely
yes.
nothing to do with anything.
Right, of course.
Oh.
It's purely
Okay.
just to take a look, to take a gander.
Damn it, we don't have any small redstones, do we?
No, you got some big ones. They're big boys, though.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
I can't remember if prismatic works or if it's like its own thing.
It just doesn't have one. I think it has to be colored.
Prismatic counts as any color, so you could potentially use one of those.
I'm not burning a prismatic on this.
Okay, that's fair.
Alright, instead I'm just gonna disengage and run the fuck away.
Fair enough. Alright. Toto can also give me a death save.
Actually, you know what? Fuck this noise. I'm gonna attack this thing.
Fuck yeah, fuck him up. Hell yeah, slams in and bits of this hard like clattering to the ground.
Gonna heal Toto for 7.
Ooh, he's up.
And then bonus action, Toto is gonna attack the dragon.
Fuck him up. Uh, 10 points of damage. He grabs this thing's arm and just kind of rips it to the side. Scatters into dust.
He's gonna run over and flank with me.
Excellent. Alright, that brings us to Eagle, who's got a target right next to him. So this is going to be on Vasu, who's confused. 17 for 10.
Even close, but
Alright, brings
Buddy.
us to Nomad.
Roll for confusion, I guess.
Yeah, D10. Seven. You make a melee attack against a random creature within your reach. So it's Nordo.
Get at it.
You get scared of Nordo and just punch him.
Bring it on. It's probably gonna hit.
I don't know. He doesn't have a melee weapon right now, so he's just gonna punch.
Go
Just
for it.
slapping.
Here, have
Just
the
squelch.
wettest squelch. Let me figure out. Okay, what's my strength? Oh, that's not so bad for you. Our proficiency right now is 4, right? 3.
Yes? 4 sounds right.
I think it's 3. Let me check. Oh, it is 4. You're right.
So it's just like, eh.
Bounces off of the shell, I assume.
It
I
does.
think he just smacks the top of his head and he feels nothing.
Seeing Nomad strike me out of pure instinctive fear, I look around and realize for the first time that I'm making all my friends afraid and not the robots. And mutter a Geralt of Rivia. Fuck.
Excellent.
I mean, do I get rebound points?
Yeah, you get 1 because you took a partial action. We'll go with that. I like that.
I mean, it wasn't my choice, but
Yeah.
okay.
The idea is.
Can I move? I can't move.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I
I
think
should say
you
I
can
use. Well, I can't move anywhere useful. So. I guess I can move back. No, I want to stand here. I'll stay here. I'll be with my buddy. After I tap him on the head, I hug his shell. It's okay. you're still our friend. Also, there's a blazing fire behind you. So.
There is. I forgot to draw it on the map, but that room is on fire and it is slowly spreading, not super fast.
Wait, so am I
Hey.
trapped in here then?
No, you can
Hey,
probably run.
please
Because
do not
before
die.
it was just like right here, I thought, right? Because these vines are gone.
Oh, they're
So it's like a sphincter of vines, like it covers the whole entryway, and it's being pulled open by the fire, so you can probably get through with very minimal damage with a good dex check, and you're good. at
Horrible
this.
description.
I guess I'll just
Thanks,
stay
sir.
back.
Oh, fine.
Fire.
I guess I'll just stay back here in the fire. This is fine.
Before that, though, let's get Angel. Angel sees a healer. He doesn't have a really good way to get over there. It is going to climb over this way and come this way and try to attack Eddie Jamjar. Missing. Absolutely terrible. And that brings us to Ace.
How bad does this fire seem?
It looks to you like with a decent acrobatics check, you can get through with like less than 2 points of damage.
I don't like that. I'm concentrating on a spell. If I move here, can I see through the fire with my sharpshooter skills at the
Absolutely. You don't give a shit about cover.
shit about cover? Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna shoot him.
You can aim, I
Do-
guess, for advantage.
Do I have advantage because he can't see me through the fire?
Let me check. That's a good question. You are in darkness. Oh,
Oh,
wait,
no,
the
I'm
fire.
in the
That's
fire.
right.
Yeah, I mean, assuming the fire shuts.
But
Yeah,
I am hidden behind a wall of flaming vines. Can he see?
He
I
can,
mean,
Dark
he,
fire.
He can see you.
He is hidden
Can I
behind
take
the
an
same wall of fire.
Can I
that
take
you
an action to hide?
Absolutely. If you want to like try to skulk
Or
and load
bonus
forward.
action, sorry.
Yeah, go for it. You're a rogue. Do that shit. Oh boy, that's gonna be hard.
Oh,
to beat.
yeah.
Yeah, you're hidden.
Is it only my first attack that gets it, or both
Correct.
my attacks?
Just the first one.
Could just aimed. You just aimed
No, I,
more
I
out.
couldn't have done it from where I was
Oh,
at.
you moved. Yeah.
I had to move.
19 does get through for 23 points of damage.
Pardon me, I was stress eating.
It's okay.
All
I
right.
know that feeling.
And then another attack.
Another good hit for 11 points of damage. And with that, you see this big web of cracks start to form down the front of this thing. Bits of light kind of scatter across the ground and then dissolve into dust.
Is anyone else still afraid of Nomad or Nordo? It's fine. It's fine.
It's all about
I think
Zan
I'm not
on this
afraid
turn.
anymore.
With that said,
Oh, wait.
that
No.
initiative fucked you really good.
Yep.
Alright, anything
Alright.
else, Ace?
I guess I'm gonna move back over here. Can I see Nordo from where? I guess he's probably not gonna cause any more fire. I'll just stay where I'm at. Just
Alright.
chill.
Rasu. I need a D10.
Okay. Yeah.
3. You get rebound points. But then the confusion
Hooray.
ends, and if you wanted, you could immediately use them.
Happen right now.
Alright?
Can
So because you've already taken a turn, you can't get a full turn right now, but you can take a full attack action if you want. Using your rebound point in one action. Or a reaction, I should say.
Yep. So yeah, I'm gonna take a full attack action. I'm gonna. I can't. This is under Toto's
I think it's Angel.
nameplate.
Yeah, it's Angel. Fuck him up. Oh my god. Those both land for 16 points.
Oh, cool. They actually do. I think they get an extra D6 of 2. I've got that shit still going on.
Excellent.
I'm assuming we haven't killed a whole hour in this fight yet.
Oh no, not yet. It's only been like 10 minutes since you guys solved the puzzle upstairs.
4 fired.
Hell yes.
Damn.
Goes up in flame. It's looking real bad. That brings us to the top one, who is going to go for... and actually... It goes for Toto. Oh no,
Where is
Roll20,
this,
what are you doing?
Gloomhaven?
Oh no, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Stop it. Sorry, Roll20 is being a bitch. I guess that's another thing that Gloomhaven kind of fails at, is like realistic monster behavior, but you know, sacrifices have to be made sometimes. Anyway, here we go. 19 on Toto. And that brings us to Norda.
Okay.
Just got up.
5. You get rebound points.
And do nothing, I assume.
Correct. But then if you want, you can immediately use one to do a round of attacks.
Do it.
I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna spend a rebound point to make an attack.
Alright.
Unfortunately, I lose my rage because Nomad didn't damage me.
I could have shot you if you wanted me to.
I don't want it that bad.
Selfish prick.
Sorry. I have squid fingers.
Squid fingers, squid fingers. Okay, I will do my round of attacks on the dragon.
Alright.
And they will be so I can't reckless attack when it's not my turn, so they'll just be attacks.
I think the way I worded it says you can make an attack as if it was your turn.
I think. Oh, so I guess it's a question for you. Reckless attack expressly says on your turn.
Sure.
But that okay, allow it. Cool.
Yeah, you're making an attack as if it was your turn.
Spectacular. Reckless it is.
Uh, 22 slams in for 11 points of slashing damage.
That should actually only be 9 because rage is gone,
Gotcha, gotcha.
and that should only be 7.
And with the follow-up one, you smash him into the wall, and it just shatters like a mirror, exploding into bits of light particles and then dissolving away.
Some of those light particles cling to Nordo's flesh and become tiny little motes of light on him, and I will use. Oops, that's not the right thing. I'm not using that. I'm using.
I was gonna say, please don't.
Not that. Oh, but that's it for me. That's what I meant.
What's the last one? Lion.
May I use my rebound points to go after Nordo?
Did you already take a turn? You can do it to make an attack if you want. But because you already used a turn, you can. Oh, with that said, we're about to be at the top of the round, so then you could. So yes, you can.
Wrong option, my bad. I
So-
think the kind of for me.
Yeah, you skipped the Titan.
Oh, I sure did.
No, he doesn't need to go.
He does. He stands up.
He was scared. He was confused.
Not terribly. He does use half of his movement to stand up. And he is not a fast boy. He's really only got one option here. He is going to go to Nordo and... well, no, he was locked onto this target. He has the movement to come over here. These are going to be on Nomad.
Burrow.
Face me.
Also, I might need to teach your teacher. I didn't realize he was. I forgot he was prone. So I would have.
Your hits would have all hit anyway. He has very low AC. I think your minimum with disadvantage was still like a 16 or something.
Gotcha.
Anyway, here we go. 2 attacks on Nomad. 21 for 10.
Shield.
Ooh.
Save
Oh.
your mana.
Okay, I will. I will save him now.
You
Thank
go to cast a shield, and there's already 5 golden rings blocking it for you. The follow-up attack, 16, also misses. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. if you were to
Does
work
my
it
AC
right. Hell yeah, it all gets blocked. And now we're on the new turn. So now if you want, Moat, you can use a rebound point to go first.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to also spend a rebound point at the start of a new round of initiative if I can.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if I'm reading this option right, I would just like to make my initiative 30.
Perfect. I'll let you and Moat
what-
decide who goes first between the two of you.
Sure. What can I do with my initiative? With my rebound point? Because I'm go with dead last, and I
Yeah.
would like.
Yeah, so if you want, you can just use 1 point of your rebound to make your initiative whatever you want. You can try to go first if you want.
Okay. I'll go after everyone else. After. Say
Moat and
Nordo.
Nordo.
Where were you going? Yeah, after Moat and Nordo.
You
We're
can go
going
first,
in a
Nordo.
straight line.
All right, there we go. Moat's up, then Nordo, then Nomad.
Yeah.
I will run over here. And don't want to waste any mana, so I'm just going to try to Flame Blade it.
17 is plenty enough to hit. Holy shit, 29. Oh, sorry, just 20.
Hot. Hot.
Cracks into this thing, and one of its arms shatters across the ground.
And then some year I'll be a higher level, but it's not this year, so that's it.
Excellent. Brings us to Norda.
See, as this big bastard goes for Nomad, I presume me and Moat just spring into action and start fucking him up. I will attack recklessly.
$22 for 7. You slam into him, he's barely holding on. Uh, 16 lands for the next 14, and that is enough to shatter this guy.
Outstanding. Flavor-wise, more light clings to me, but I'm already maxed. And then I'll run over to... I am going to run right past the eagle. It can take a swing if it wants to get over to this one that's harrying Gale.
21 for 11 from Eagle.
Ooh, yikes, that does hit.
Alright, anything else on your turn?
Yeah, I'm going to take my unarmed strikes on this one.
Alright, fuck him up.
Oh shit! Does Sentinel only work if they're within, if an ally is attacked within 5 feet of me, or reach 2?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I always forget about that. I think they have to be actually 5 feet next to me.
Within your reach makes an attack against a target other than you. So yeah, you can swing on him if you want.
So yeah, when the eagle strikes at Nomad, I'm gonna strike at the eagle using my reaction.
Alright.
Nordo.
And then Norda, you can go and start attacking on Lion.
Just one attack for me.
And then 19 does land for 10. It is still up, but barely.
Not for long. I'm gonna use my
More
rebound
refire
point to
damage?
cast-
Oh, 3, it's still barely up.
Ah, fuck you.
And then
I'm using my
Norda,
rebound point to cast a cantrip on the eagle. Is
Excellent.
Nerdo's turn over yet or no?
Norda just finished his turn, so I think it is good for you to do that now.
Alright.
The 11 goes a little wide, but the 24 sinks in and finishes this guy off.
Cool.
And now Nomad's up. 2 left.
Hey, nice shot.
Thanks,
Can
that's
I-
right.
Oh, another creature. Never mind.
This is delicious.
Save the last one for me.
That last dude over there. Oh, I think Ace or Vasu.
There's
might
2
do
left.
it. Yeah.
I'm just gonna use a rebound point to try to kill this one that's on Gale. After your turn.
That's fair.
You do you.
Do you have any more rebound points left?
I was going to say, do you have one?
Oh, I don't. I lied. Disregard. Forgot I spent my last one already.
No problem. Let me just check my. Ooh, mana is not looking very good. Not at all.
Yeah, save your mana.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like. How far are you, buddy? Let's see. 25. 35. We'll try and move Nomad, say here. 15. I think that's a good place. Yeah, that's a. So this is on bottom.
Alright,
And he
fire
just-
away.
Swing,
16 does land for 9. He is barely standing.
and another one bottom.
That, I think, hits. No, actually, 15 misses.
I'll guard. Oh well, that's it.
Alright, Ace.
Well, this is not looking so good.
Ace, actually, you have a pretty decent passive perception, right?
Yeah, it's like 18 or something.
You notice as this fire is spreading, there is suddenly this series of kind of soft popping noises At first, it just kind of sounds like firewood crackling, but then you recognize that it's very distinct pops, like a can popping under a fire, or a balloon or something like that, and it seems to be coming from about this area. And you look that direction, and you can see that there are these tiny little motes of light that just seems to pop out of the wall and then start to drift towards you.
Like, that is. They look bad.
They just look like little tiny walnut-sized motes of light, and they're moving very, very slowly.
Help! Well, my plan before the fire got too big was to just use my water skin to put the fire out, but now it doesn't seem like it's very plausible.
You can certainly try.
Hold on. I have to like rethink my entire life now. I'm assuming I can't cast darkness on fire and make it go away.
No,
Everyone knows that fire needs light to be alive.
actually, if it was a spell, that would work. If it was a spell of level 2 or lower, it would work, but this was not a spell.
This was a spell. This was Moat catching it on fire with a cantrip.
No, that's a class action. It's his Sorcerer Ignite.
Technically, I caught it on fire first, years now, and then Moat just kind of spread the fire. Better fire, if I'm being honest. I don't want to be honest because it makes me feel bad about.
Yeah, but when it's Moat, he ignores resistance.
Yeah, his fires.
Better.
Okay, I get it.
You said there's little motes of light. Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to shoot an arrow right here and cast into like this corner and cast darkness
Okay,
and see if it like makes them go away.
sure. You fling a corner or an arrow into that corner, and a 20-foot sphere of darkness pops up. I think that's the size of it, right?
It's 15 feet, I think.
15. All right, and the entire area goes dark, except for these little motes of light, which continue to illuminate just like an inch or two around them as they roll slowly across the floor in vaguely your direction.
When I move to this spot, does it look like they're trying to follow me?
No. They seem to continue going kind of towards the doorway or the archway.
Look out, guys. There's little light thingies. And I'm just going to keep going over here.
The light thing.
And I'm just going to go chill with this guy and use my bonus action to investigate and see if he has any poison sacks I can take on later.
Sure.
Because I'm not going to jump through that fire.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
I pulled out my little spyglass.
18, you kind of take a look through and see if there are any like open poison glands that you could work with. You do notice almost immediately that there is this bulbous, bright green sac that is kind of coming out of the chest cavity that has been split open. But you were up close and personal with this thing. You know that it is acid and not poison. Still, you might be able to potentially try to harvest it if you have the right equipment for that. You also, with an 18, would notice that there are some markings above this wheel that you're next to.
Oh, I didn't know there was a wheel there.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, just right over here.
Fire, music, light, darkness, death. Sorry, I meant heart.
Heart, darkness, same thing. Depending on the
Love.
Alright, anyway, anything else?
I guess that's everything. I use my action, so.
Alright, Vasu.
I do warn everyone, there's light coming your way.
The light.
Also fire.
That shit.
Do not go into that either.
Just gonna start wailing on this angel.
Alright.
17.
17 smacks into him and obliterates him.
Okay. And why do you have to get so far away from the fire? Okay, I'm just gonna fly up and actually, how bad is this other one looking? Is it like on the?
It definitely has cracks across a lot of its body. It looks bloodied, it looks pretty injured, it's weary. But it doesn't show real signs of weariness because it's an automaton.
All right. I'm gonna and attack. Maybe not kill it.
You guys
Hey,
don't actually need to save it for me.
it just ducks out of the way. Your blade kind of skims a few inches over Gale's head.
Ah, you cheeky son of a bitch!
And this time he puts up his arm and just kind of blocks the kick.
Alright, that's my turn.
Alright. Eddie Jamjar is going to do another big heal. You guys all need it.
Maybe he'll actually heal me this time and not ignore me.
Oh, shit.
No, you were healed.
You were in it, so you should have got, I think it was,
14.
what, 12? 14?
14.
Okay.
And then
I
you
just
all get
saw
another
everyone
11.
else's health go. Cool.
Everyone except Toto, who's a construct.
And dead.
And also, dead. But it would heal him, I think. Anyway, that's Jamjar. Flick.
Alright.
Thanks, Jamjar.
Let's shoot this guy down. Because I can't get to him. Pew pew.
The first one sends him reeling back, and then with the second one, you land right between the neck and the shoulders, and this thing just explodes into light dust.
Alright. Then that's it, right? I'm gonna come over here and use the alchemy jug to start putting out the fire so Ace can get out.
Alright, everything kind of goes quiet. You can still hear the sounds of battle outside, rocking explosions, the occasional high-pitched whine of that purple beam. Flick runs over and starts to put out this fire, and as you do, Flick, you see these tiny little white motes of light that seem to just kind of roll their way through all of these plants, past you, and out here, and then they start to go slowly in... shit, no, stop. Go away, there we go. This direction.
Nordo
Hey,
doesn't
no-
totally understand if Toto's an
Nomad.
animal or not, so he tries to resuscitate him.
Yeah, you give me a medicine check. Like, you can tell that there are some analogs to actual like animal physiology here, but like it's not breathing, it's not bleeding. It's clearly something that you don't really have the expertise for.
I recklessly resuscitate him.
Excellent.
I will.
Advantage.
I will use my haste to mend Toto.
Excellent. You mend him. He starts to pop up.
It's up to you if I get through a mending spell before haste runs out, or
Oh, for sure. Like this is all happening in the first like 50 seconds after combat. You still got almost a minute on that.
Okay. It's not
Yeah.
initiative over here anymore. I'm just gonna try to gust these flames away so Ace can get through.
Yeah, so between Flick with his alchemy jug and you with your gust, you're able to start putting out these flames. They go down pretty quick. You can tell that these vines are burning because it is like special fire, but with any sort of extinguishment, they stay out, and it seems easy to get rid of them. Real quick before we move on, Nomad and Moat, are you guys doing anything in particular?
I'm going to try and get my fuck on. I mean, I'm going to try and check out those modes of life.
Yeah, I was gonna do the same thing actually.
Sure.
Let's go together.
All right,
Your name.
Do this, God.
both of you can give me either just like a general investigation check or an arcana check.
Hear me out.
Or long shot. nature
Deception.
check. Not deception, no.
Deceive the GM.
Nomad, they're over here.
Would you say Arcana, Investigation, or Nature?
Yeah, arcana, investigation, or nature. Wildly different information based on what you choose. Moat, they look friendly enough. They look like some sort of holy magic. They look like they are probably capable of, they're inherently magical. It's hard to tell exactly what they're going to do, but they're not aggressive. They're not coming to you and hurting you. They give off sort of a soft, warm glow as they pass by. Nomad, as you're studying them, you can definitely tell that there are elements of evocation on them. And you can also tell that when they very first come around the corner, they start to trace paths in all sorts of different directions. A couple of them start to go over here, a couple of them start to go over here, a couple of them start to go over here, and one starts to kind of go through this group. But then after a few seconds pass, they all recoalesce and they start to make a beeline towards Toto.
Oh.
And as you guys are studying them, they continue to move in that direction towards Toto.
I think they're after The heart.
Toto doesn't have a heart anymore, does he?
He doesn't have that anymore.
Oh, I don't know what he's
Well-
after then.
Did he not
He
go
doesn't
after the
have a
other
heart to feel.
automatons and they were dead?
Possible that these are here to heal. Yeah, the automaton.
You guys watch as they continue to roll closer and closer to Toto. Does Toto do anything?
I mean, he'll back away, and while he's backing away, I'm gonna dismantle the other automatons.
Excellent. Yeah, go and give me a Tinker's Tools check to just kind of take everything apart, make sure everything is disabled, make sure there's no additional
Oh, I'm
threats.
not being gentle about that. I'm just taking an axe to them and
Okay, excellent. Give me some attack
smashing
rolls.
the shit out of them.
If I
What
see
that?
these little motes of light going for Toto, I'm gonna swing at him for sure. Light's the enemy in this place.
Sure. You kind of take a swing, and Toto's like, he doesn't even have to go very fast. They're not moving very fast, but he starts to just kind of kite them around in a circle. And you swing at it, and they kind of like roll back. You see they kind of bounce along the floor. One goes flying over this way, one goes flying over this way. But then they all start to just slowly reconvene and start to make their way back over towards Toto as a group.
Can I like grab one of them? They have like physical substance to them.
Sure, it seems to. They react to the axe. You reach
I'm
down.
gonna try to just like grab one.
Sure. You reach down to pick one up. They're moving slow enough that it's very easy. You pick it up in your hand, and you can see it immediately starts to dissolve into your palm. And as it does, you notice that across your forearms, some scrapes and cuts begin to mend. You recover 2 health.
Oh,
I'm
excellent.
already all maxed out. That's nice.
Oh, it's
think
going for
they're-
Toto because Toto has big boo-boos.
Hey, these things, I don't know if they got any poison to them or anything, but made me feel good. They closed up some of my cuts and scrapes. They might be looking to heal Toto.
You could use some.
Cutting over to Ace real quick, while you guys are deciding what to do with the moat. What would you like to do?
So after Vasu puts his fire out, I'm gonna see where they came from.
Sure.
What they popped out of.
Yeah, give me either investigation or perception.
Trusty spy to use my magnifying glass.
Yeah, that applies here.
Hell yeah!
Wow, okay. So, as the fires are put out, and as you start to look behind all of this stuff, along the wall, you can see that behind or underneath all of these blue vines, there are other plants, or at least at first they look like plants, but then you realize that they're made of just this, like, dark stone or metal material. And they're kind of just grown over, hidden behind all these blue vines. And they, with a natural 20, they immediately look kind of familiar to you, and you can't really put your finger on it until it clicks. And they remind you of, oh my god, what was her name? The Wilden Druid's hair. What was her fucking name? Right, Lilavati. They look like her hair, except they're this kind of dark black.
Interesting. Do I know what they are?
Sure, give me a nature check. Yeah, it's a pretty common plant. They have these kind of flat, thick leaves that are very indicative. You recognize it almost immediately as eucalyptus. Not real, of course. Real eucalyptus is kind of green with sort of a fuzzy gray covering. These are made out of some sort of metal or stone, but they look like eucalyptus leaves.
And so like the one here is like popped open, but these ones are fine.
The popped open one is here where the fire was extinguished.
Gotcha. But it's the same as these ones.
Looks like it.
Does it look like I could like break them off the wall?
You can certainly try. Give me an athletics check. And while you're
Oh,
doing that,
I meant more like, does it look like they could be broken off the wall? Not by me, because I don't have the strength for that.
Got potentially, they look like they're metal, so but they're kind of like thin and wiry little vine. You imagine somebody strong enough could probably do it, or with some wire cutters or tools or something.
Hey guys, I think I found where that came from, and there's more in here. They're healing. Maybe we can take them with us.
Perhaps.
While he's doing that, Nordo has taken one of his armbands off and is trying to like net one of these things in an armband so it doesn't touch it and take its healing, but so he can try to like catch one like a
Sure.
bug.
All right. You kind of reach down, and again, they're very easy to catch. They're just rolling slowly. And you use some cloth to kind of protect your hand. But as soon as it touches your hand, even protected by the cloth, It kind of meshes through the cloth and into your body, and you feel this warm sensation as one more goes away.
Just use an empty healing potion vial.
I don't have anything on me. I checked my inventory. All I had was like a
I
cloth.
think we had some used potion bottles, don't we? Unless we just like threw those away.
Nordo doesn't carry that shit around. I don't know if anybody else does.
I don't think I've ever used any. Nomad just eats them whole, glass and all.
Nordo chugs them and then violently throws the glass at the nearest hard object.
That's all you drink is.
I figured that the beer, it didn't really take effect unless you drank the whole thing and then crushed the bottle against your forehead immediately
Exactly.
afterward.
Everyone knows they actually heal you +4, but you have to take 2 points of damage from smashing against your head just to get to activate.
I'm chasing these
Makes
things
sense.
around while they're chasing Toto around. So I just look at Gale and be like, little dragon, should we let this thing catch up, or what do you think?
Toto's his
I'm
own
just
dog.
gonna try to,
That's what he wants.
since they're moving so slow, I'm just gonna kind of try to sweep one up in my bag of holding.
Okay.
Honestly, Toto probably starts like biting at them like a dog with a fly.
That's fair. He eventually gets fed up, turns around, and starts like chewing at him. Vasu. Give me a sleight of hand check.
I do continue to try and heal him anyways, though, so that's what I'm doing during this time.
Vasu, you kind of slip the bag down and try to get one to go into the bag instead of, along the ground. And as you do, it swoops through the mouth of the bag and falls in and kind of disappears into the pocket dimension. It's about
Neat.
that time where Toto turns around and like just kind of gets aggressive with this thing and starts chomping at the nearest one. And sure enough, as soon as he bites down on it, Toto recovers 2 health, and then the next one kind of leaps up into his face. He recovers another 2 health, and then the third one pops up and he recovers another 2 health for 6 total.
I marked this down in my inventory.
Yeah, mark it as 1 hard light eucalyptus seed.
As he's doing that, and as Gale is trying to like tinker on Toto while Toto is running, I want to look at Gale, and presumably he still looks like shit because he has like a max HP of 8 or whatever. Can
I don't feel so good.
I just want to put a hand on his shoulder and be like, "Hey, little dragon, take it easy for a second. You ain't looking so hot." Can I tell with like a medicine check how we could improve his state of being?
Potentially, sure. You feel like it's probably a magical effect, so it might not be as good as an arcana, but you can definitely go with medicine and try to get a vibe for
Only
it.
death will free me from this turmoil.
Quit being so.
Let me go take a look. I should probably know this. You imagine that it will probably recover naturally over time. It looks like mortal wounds. He just looks exhausted. He looks tired. But, it's hard for you to tell. He just looks like he really needs a long rest.
Yeah, just take it slow, little dragon. Don't push it too hard.
Long rest.
Look like you could use a nap. Just if we get into any more scrapes, you stay behind me.
Okay.
I've got a spell that might keep you out of trouble if we get into more, trouble. How's everyone doing, by the way? Anyone need more healing? Everyone looks kind of good, except for,
Yeah. I am well, you've been most effective.
Yeah,
It's
thanks,
over
Eddie.
here.
Flick, as you come around that corner, you are greeted by, first of all, another wheel that has symbols above it. This one reads, Elbrat Mind... Fuck, I forget what it was. Elbrat Mind Chamber Hatch 1, I believe that's correct.
Valve?
Valve, that might be right. Whatever the wording was on the other one, it's the same, except it's 1 instead of 2. But then also, as you come around, you find what looks like it was probably... I don't know, some sort of large open room. It is ruins. Everything has been reduced to kind of dulled stone and worn down with time. You see little scraps of metal every once in a while. Part of the wall has kind of caved in. But you do see that against this eastern wall, in pretty good condition, probably unnaturally good condition, is some sort of a mural made of, it looks like iron or silver of some sort.
Oh.
And I know that text is tiny. I will post it over in chat.
What is it written in?
This is written in Undercommon, which I believe
Okay.
Ace and Nomad understand. And just like
And
before,
Gale?
And Gale, yeah, right. And just like before, it's a very old dialect. Lots of these and thous. It feels very old-fashioned to you.
So pretentious, says God.
As you're reading this, you continue to hear rumbles and shakes. And then the sound
Yeah,
of...
I wanted to make do my ranger thing to sense the aberrations if they're around still.
Sure, absolutely.
While everyone was like chasing light.
Yeah, you spend a minute and you focus your senses. Oh shit, there's a whole queue of people with hand raised. Shit, sorry guys. And you are able to tell that there are now more. There are about 21 aberrations. About 6 of them are way up in the air still, as best as you can tell. But
Shit, they're flooding this place.
the remaining 15 seem to be almost directly above you. A couple hundred yards out. You do notice that as you do your second ping, like one of them has disappeared. It has gone off of the radar. But then the rest are all a little bit closer.
I can pay that.
Jumping to Nordo real quick.
He said you could ignore his hand raise.
Just kidding. Mo.
Not a huge deal. While I'm chasing those lights around before Toto eats them all, can I divine sense?
You can. Interesting. You learn that this place is hallowed.
Cool.
That is the only unusual information that you get.
Alright, cool.
You missed that there's a whole bunch of aberrations upstairs.
Very troubling.
Like 21. But then one of them vanished, so one of them probably died.
Good. Only 20 mind flayers for us to fight.
The Elbrought mind must be some sort of elder brain, based on what this is on the picture.
So now,
It could also be a seed, eucalyptus. Does
There
any
are-
of this seem familiar to me?
there's the seeds over here.
You can give me an investigation check, and if you want to, you can give me a nature check.
Sure. Sorry, I missed the explanation. I'm assuming none of this is in like Orcish. This is all like original to the
It's-
structure.
Underdark or Undercommon, which I'll just read out loud to everyone, or someone will.
The only thing you can really tell is that if it's supposed to be a brain, it doesn't really look like one, and despite my shitty drawing, the craftsmanship is actually pretty good on this thing, and you feel like the artist would have done a better job of depicting a brain if that was supposed to be a brain. It looks to be an orb with like these weird rays of light coming out of it.
Yeah. Is any of this familiar to me? Like
Um,
this entire thing.
Is any of this familiar to me on that same note?
Nomad, the patterns on this thing, on this underground circle thing, do look vaguely like the thing that you touched, and also the thing that you saw just a moment ago when you tried to communicate with the white woman again.
Does this look like aberration history that I can make a check on with advantage?
Sure. Fuck, I forgot you have fucking history advantage on aberrations. Let's see it.
That's okay.
You've heard lots of stories, some of which are true and some of which are false, in your time throughout the Underdark. There's lots of rumors about how the Drow came to be in the Dweregar, and why they're all such assholes, and why they live underground, and why there's an underground component to these races that typically live topside. And there's lots of different fables and stories that explain it, but a couple of them talk about, moving underground so that they can be closer to the aberrations, or so that they can try to get away from aberrations, or for religious purposes that had something to do with, a ritual involving aberrations. There's a handful of different theories out there, but nothing really solid in your mind.
Well, we have these 2 wheels. Does someone want to try collecting these eucalyptus things? Maybe we could use them later. I don't think I can get them down. There's 4 of them, and that's a nice healing if we can get them.
I caught one in my bag of holding, and then I think
I
Toto
meant
ate the rest.
there's vines on the
Yeah.
wall that they came from. There's 4 more. I'm just not strong enough to get them. They're like wires on the wall. They look like eucalyptus plants.
I don't think this will require much. What do you call this? Brute strength? More.
Yeah, but you should probably be careful so you don't bust the seed pods open.
Yeah.
Also, before you start tearing this temple apart, everyone should probably know it's hollowed.
Oh, excellent.
Not that we're, strangers to desecrating temples in this group.
Do we know what this is a temple to then? Or hollowed
Zoo-
for?
Presumably Zuanu, but I suppose I can't
They-
prove that.
According to this, they are against Zuanu.
Just with your passive religious knowledge, several people in here would recognize immediately that the cube with 4 faces made of lead is explicit Zuanu imagery.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Zuanu?
He is one of the 4 prime gods, the god of death.
Gotcha. So I guess that's why these wheels are defaultly turned to death right now.
That means if we turn it to a different one, perhaps life, the heart.
Perhaps. I mean, we're trying to track something down here that's made of light, correct? So perhaps light?
That too.
Or maybe
we're
there's
tracking-
an answer in the riddle.
Well, the artifact itself is not made of light. I cannot explain what it is made of. It does seem to emit light, however. But this could be symbolic.
Could we try death and fire, like the plaque says? Here in death and fire, we plant our seeds.
Which one should be turned to fire then?
The one with seeds.
That burst when fire comes out? Guess that would make sense.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll turn this one to fire then. Is everyone ready in case things go awry?
Death is a room with 2 doors. One leads to enlightenment, the other to silence. So one of these doors,
All right. I'll go ahead and turn the one on the right to be fire.
Alright, you start turning the wheel, and as you do, the needle moves slower than the wheel, so you end up having to do several full rotations before eventually this needle spins around to this side. And for the record, I drew this needle pointing already to death on both of them, but they're currently just both straight up in the middle.
Oh, okay. So then I'm assuming, Flick, can you turn yours to death then?
God, this is... Sure, it sounds great.
Split, can you turn that thing to death, please? We'll all stand back.
We'll just
Also,
watch
Do it with
over
my mage
here.
hands.
what is this?
That is one of the soldiers, and it should actually be dead. Just kidding. Just dragged him off of the screen when he died.
Gotcha. Okay, I thought it was just a dead body that was just chilling in there. Gotcha.
Alright, Flick goes over and starts turning the wheel, and likewise you have to turn it several times before the needle eventually points towards the skull. But as it does, there is suddenly a flash of light that seems to ripple out from the stairwell at the back of the main hallway. And you watch as, silently, like glass shattering, the force field just splinters into triangles and then dust and then is whisked away.
That must be it.
Yeah.
Heck, this
Do
is
I
a
hear
long
anything?
shot. Sorry, you can answer that question first.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was talk-
Is there any noise coming from the stairs?
Give me a perception check.
Can I also make one?
Sure.
Perfect. We're good.
You definitely hear the sound of explosions outside and above you. Ace, underneath those explosions, you do hear the faint trickle of water coming from down at the bottom there.
This is a super duper long shot, but just looking at all of this stuff in this mural. In the years that I spent on West Kona with the orcs, did I ever hear any, I don't know, like folk tales of the like plant people, like the Levati? I forget what they're actually called. Or did I ever encounter any of them in West Kona anywhere?
Give me a history check. You definitely know that there were a couple of groups nearby. They typically didn't have very good relationships with the orcs, but every now and then you would trade with them very tensely. You had heard that, oh boy, with a 17, you would know that they tend to be very exploratory. They don't like to settle down in one place for very long. They tend to move around a lot, kind of like you guys did. But to the point where they would very rarely even form buildings. They tend to just kind of pack up in tents, or even just live in nature. They're very well adapted to just the elements. So they just kind of wandered around a bunch. Stories. You would know that so the Wilden have very different lifespans depending on what exact offshoot of Wilden that they are. There are some that resemble trees, and also cacti that tend to live a very, very long time. But a lot of them, in fact the majority, have very, very short lives, and they tend to focus on art and creativity and culture over like record keeping and history. They're kind of notoriously terrible at that because they just let the tree people do it. And you would not have encountered any that had like very strong lore.
Got any thoughts, Nordo?
None particular. This is all way above my head, but just that story you were telling about reading to me off that plaque over there about the people planting seeds of themselves and all that, and then that combined with those things you showed us over there that looked a little bit like Lillivati makes me wonder if, I don't know, the first one of these weird spires we found was in Larvalfin, and there was a bunch of those plant people there. Makes me wonder if plant folks are involved in all this somehow, although it seems like something people like that wouldn't be able to build.
Does that
No.
spark anything with me since I have advantage with humanoids?
You can give me a history check.
Friend Nordo, based on what language they this place was made definitely by plant people.
You sure about that?
Before I respond to Ace, and sorry to interrupt, but a thing interrupts real quick. And before I get back to you, Ace, and I promise I will, remind me if I forget. Nomad, and only Nomad, you hear a voice, a soft feminine voice that is somewhat familiar to you, and you can see that there is a glowing white woman who has walked up the stairs and is starting to approach you. No one else sees this woman, it's only Nomad. And she says, not just the Wilden, but they were a big part of this. And she looks kind of towards the entryway where you guys came from. and says, "We must hurry. We are in grave danger. Please."
Archivist says Nomad, and he starts walking toward her.
Yeah, the rest of you just see Nomad stop in the middle of a sentence and say that and start walking.
Hey, what's up, Nomad?
Hey, where you going, buddy?
The white woman beckons. I must answer.
Okay.
We have little time.
All right, Frodo, it's not time to put on the ring yet. Like,
I have one more quick question before we inevitably leave this chamber.
Sure.
This slab of rock, does it look like the same slab of rocks that's telling the story on the other walls?
No, it just kind of
When
like
it
it
fell
used
off.
to be an old stone table that has been very
Oh,
worn
okay.
down with time.
I just don't want to miss any documents.
Of course, of course.
All right, friend Nomad. I agree. We best hurry. There's those folks upstairs aren't going to stay up there for long.
Yeah,
I
I'll
do not
glance
suppose anyone
upstairs toward the. Asu
The-
glances upstairs and the fog cloud we left up there, and then downstairs, and then he shouts down the stairs. All right, where the white women at?
White woman, singular.
She turns to you, Nomad, and says, "They will not see me yet, but in time, as their minds are opened, they shall. This light,
I don't like the sound of that.
Never opening my mind.
I've had enough white women in my life.
I'm a part of too many religions already.
Yeah, same. I've opened my mind enough.
Her name is Karen.
Oh no.
I have a white mode. White mode is the best mode.
the process will not be painful. In fact, I suspect for many of them it will be rejuvenatory. With that said, they will have some degree of loss of faculties for a short time. It is urgent that we get through that phase before the invaders approach."
We must hurry, says Nomad.
I
All
start
right.
following as fast as Nomad is moving.
I'll lead the
Are
way.
you translating for her, Nomad? Or are you just saying these short little sentences and just leaving us out of the loop?
He's moving as fast as he can, but while she's talking, he doesn't interrupt, and he just says, "We must hurry." And then he explains, "I can see here, and you cannot, not while your minds are closed. There is a way to rejuvenate us. We must get there in time before the others reach."
All right, we should probably hurry then, shouldn't we?
Alright, before you guys head down the stairs, Ace jumping back because I promised. You've rolled the same thing. You've also not heard of any of the deep Wilden lore. You know about the same things that Nordo does. Pretty much the same information.
Okie dokie.
As you start to go down the stairs, let's see. Is there oh no, there's not. Wonderful.
Were you gonna ask if there was a save for it?
Maybe.
Let's quick save here in case Nomad betrays everyone. Then you can choose to kill
It's
him.
okay. I have advantage against all spell save DCs against you now because you're an aberration.
Yeah.
Alright, as you guys begin to make your way down these stairs, kind of 2 by 2, following Nomad.
I have to ask just so I can say that it has actually been asked.
Sure.
When Nomad said that about the Archivist, I rolled an insight check up there. It was a 22.
Right.
Is Nomad leading us into a trap?
That is for Nomad to decide. I have not. Well, if I have sent him secret information, it hasn't been said out loud, so go for it.
He
Chris.
doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't think it's a trap. He believes wholeheartedly this is what must be done.
that is. Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
I know, right? It's probably still a trap.
Right.
I trust him.
Yeah.
Trust him too.
Nomad, go and give me a deception check to see, I don't know. Give me a deception check and I might reveal at least one thing real quick based on what you do.
A deception check? What am I hiding? Here you go.
Nordo, the only thing you get is that he knows a little bit more than something, but the urgency seems more information than informing you.
Here you go.
Alright. I will follow.
Alright, does anybody do anything special as you head down? Delightful.
Listening for robots.
Let's can on our way there.
Alright, you guys start conga line. You get your achievement. Steam crashes.
Oh, our achievement, we just got that.
Nomad.
Did I pick her up when I was sensing for aberrations?
No,
And I'm
you-
constantly pinging for that too.
You have not picked her up.
And humanoids.
Correct. You have not picked her up as either a humanoid or an aberration, assuming that you're toggling back and forth.
What are you, Beetlejuice?
I am Mini. I am Legion. I am a collector of sorts, an archivist, a librarian of who we once were, who we still
Mood.
are. Yeah, it is not dissimilar from the way that your people function. A twist of fate that I'm sure the gods find hilarious.
I do not find this funny.
It is a very serious matter. It may be best if I explain all of it once we are safe, but for the time being, your friends will be in a bit of a trance state for the next minute or so. Once they come out, they'll be able to see me, and we can make our last stand. Or hopefully.
Can you ensure their protection?
I have very little power, but that is why I'm empowering you, is so that you may protect me.
Very well.
The swarm has come. I hear them upstairs. The seal has been broken. I can smell them. I can sense them. I've activated those few remaining aspects of my defense that have survived all of this time, but they are growing small and thin with every passing second. I suspect we will have only enough time to restore them to fighting condition, and there is no other way out of this place. Save for a desperate plan. A desperate plan indeed.
Then, I request that while they are being rejuvenated, might I stand outside and protect their bodies?
Of course. You may do as you wish. I will be gentle with them.
A warning, white woman. If you harm them, I will do much more than what those up there will do to you.
I understand. It is within my protocol to destroy only when necessary, and currently your survival equals my survival, and that of all of your friends. I will not do anything rash. It doesn't serve me to collect them when they would merely be extinguished a few seconds later.
Your pragmatism is appreciated and
Necessary.
refreshing.
The rest of you, I don't know if you've ever been put under for surgery, but it is a very bizarre experience. They typically have you count backwards from 10, and you typically don't remember anything after 9. You just wake up in a different place with no idea how you got there, no sense of how much time has passed, or if you're even the same person. Right? It's honestly kind of weird, right? It's sort
I've
of a
never
trippy-
been put under.
Oh my god, it's honestly
I
a
haven't
trippy
either.
experience. It's weird and kind of cool. But as you guys
The
are
only
making-
time I've been put under was when I got all 4 of my wisdom teeth yanked out on the same day. I don't remember a fucking thing, but
Oh, no.
apparently I flirted with the nurse a lot and also punched myself in the face and left a scar wearing at the time. And then they had to hold my hands down to the chair as they removed the teeth because I was just flailing around and being all goofy.
What the hell kind
That
of
might be a little
sedative-
different than
I don't think that's being put under. Is it being put under when you go unconscious? I think they just drugged you with some like LSD or something.
That's it.
no, like I don't know what it, I don't know if I was
Laughing
conscious for the
gas?
whole time, but
Laughing gas does
Or-
not give you hallucinations.
I wasn't hallucinating or anything. I just don't remember any of it. And then my dad told me after that, like, I was flirting with the nurse, and then I punched myself in the face with my watch, and then they had to hold my wrists down. And I looked at the nurse again, and I said, "It's okay. Chicks dig scars."
That nurse needs to die now.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh my god.
I didn't know that under drugs you were aggressively straight.
I guess. It was
I was
also
aggressively
when I was
straight
in
under
high school,
drugs
so
too.
it was when I was in high school, so I was in denial and shit too. So
That's
These things
fair.
happen.
Yeah, I think Neo,
Hold on.
didn't you do something similar when you had put
Yep,
under that one
yep.
time?
When I wasn't put under, they just put me on morphine, a lot of morphine. And I apparently asked the ambulance nurse for her phone number, and then
excellent.
also sang the Beans Beans, the musical fruit song on the way to the hospital. I don't remember any of this. But then I apparently got there, and my mom was freaking out, and I'm like, "It's okay, Mom. I'm on morphine." And then I like flopped over or something, and I don't even know.
See, that's the weirdest part about it is you don't remember a fucking.
Oh no.
Nope.
Fuck, I wonder if
I
I
look
did something
forward to getting drugged.
that was so weird that they wouldn't tell me afterwards. Like, that's the thing that gets to me, is like, I'm gonna do something so severe that they like won't even bring it up afterwards.
Let's
Did they
never
just
mention
look-
That's a
this
big fear.
again.
Oh,
They make eye contact with each other, and it's severe, and they're like, "We've stricken it from the record. It's okay."
it has to be inadmissible, right? You can't peg me for any of that. I didn't steal
Anyway.
those movies. Anyway. As you guys are finishing this conversation, and before she sends you back up to the top of the stairs to watch for a short time, Nomad, you see that there is this faint purple light and the sound of rippling water as you descend down into a chamber that looks pretty familiar to you. And let me go and pull it up.
Oh my god, is that a fucking birthing?
The similarities
that.
to an Elder Brain are not lost on you. It is kind of a similar setup, but it is definitely not an Elder
There
Brain.
better not be tadpoles in there.
Now, there is about 3 or 4 inches of this calm, placid water, and you can see that these blue vines have grown in a tangled web underneath the water. Mechanically, this whole area is difficult terrain if that becomes an issue. And at the center of the room, suspended a few feet above the ground, is this sphere that is just shifting at all times, these fractal patterns dancing back and forth, like the one that you saw months ago, the one that you touched, the one that broke you, the one that started all of this. It's the same size, the shape is a little different, the colors are a little different, but it is very quickly identifiable as the same sort of artifact. And she walks ahead of you towards this artifact and stands in front of it and says, "This is it. This is the collective minds, hopes, dreams, souls of everyone. Everyone
Nope.
who has succumbed to the swarm and everything that came after it. It's within this mind that we hope to one day be reborn, and if it is destroyed, we are lost permanently. This was our last attempt to carry on."
I
Go ahead.
What's
turn
that?
around and walk upstairs. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take my chances with what's upstairs.
Gale, no,
It's-
please. You must.
Nomad, what is that?
That is what I have been looking for.
It is unusual that you were able to interface with it. It was, of course, specifically designed to not interface with your kind. That is unusual and a mystery to me.
Yes, I do not understand why I was able to touch it, why it affected me so. But this change, it is not me, is it?
It is not. It depends on you. I don't believe that if you were just another member of the Hive, you would have been able to do what you did, but your thoughts, I'm sure you've come to learn, are not entirely your own. They are shared. They are a collective, a history of death.
Just like the Hive.
This place, Beetlejuice, is one of many of our old cities lost to time, and it is no longer safe. The seal has been broken, we've been discovered, and your collector will soon take this for himself. Given enough time, I believe I can transfer what I have to the nearest safe city. It may be our only option. There is a place, or was once, a long time ago, called Arcturus. In order to save
Heard of it.
themselves from the impending destruction, they attempted to shift the entire city to somewhere safe, somewhere very distant. The city was destroyed, crater left underground. You said you're familiar with it. But a weak connection remains, and I believe that I can evacuate my memories to that, if you can just hold them off for a little longer.
I will buy you time. Gale, you are weak and injured and fragile. They've taken much from you. I think you will benefit from this rejuvenation the most.
How are we even supposed to trust whatever this weird ghost that you're seeing is saying?
There is no other option.
As you say that, Gale, you've noticed that the light in this room has grown brighter and brighter. And all at once, kind of from behind you, you hear footsteps in the water behind you. And you look and you see a kobold, older than you, yellow skin, and another one right behind him, a little bit shorter, friendly, wrinkled eyes. And then from the darkness at the edge of this room comes another and another, until there are 50, and then 100, and then 200. The rest of you see none of this. And one of these kobolds, the first to approach you from behind, says, "You must. I know that everything that's happened to us is awful, but we're trapped, you understand. What Azadirth did to us in life is nothing compared to this limbo, this stasis."
Can I insight check the ghosts?
Absolutely.
Can that be your title?
The very obvious, this is a trap ghost.
You look closely and you try to find signs. It looks illusory. It looks like a hologram. It looks very fake to you. But you realize that you recognize at least these two front kobolds. They were around for a short time before the invasion. You recognize them as Im and Henry. Kobolds don't have a very strong sense of the molecular family unit, but they were the two that gave birth to you. And you recognize more behind. Mostly miners, victims, who were sent off to mine more aggressively than was safe when Azadirth took reign. They look healthy now. They look weary. They look tired. But they all look to you.
Since Nardo doesn't know that Gale is experiencing all this, he just puts a hand on him and says, "Friend Nomad's right. We ain't got much of a choice, little dragon. What's upstairs is gonna make quick work of you if we go back up there."
I mean, shit. It looks like we're gonna be assimilated one way or another. We might as well be nice about it. Hopefully, a little more nice about it.
It's the Orcish word for assimilated.
Bunga Bunga Unity.
Huh.
That's the title.
That doesn't sound all that bad.
She does kind of intervene, and again, only Nomad can hear this. "You'll remain distinct. I have no use for your bodies, and they are more useful out here where they can protect me. The swarm is very physical and very proximate. I will need you in fighting condition, and I don't need you as part of my collection."
Understood. What must be done?
All right, I'm trusting you, Nomad.
And I, you.
Yeah, if this bitch fucks us over, though, kill her.
Do not worry.
Can I divine sense in here?
Absolutely. This place is hallowed. This place, I don't know if you learned the details of the Hallow.
I don't think I do. Let me
Okay.
cast it and we'll find out.
Okay. Okay. This place is definitely consecrated. It's hallowed. This orb, you actually get just a smorgasbord of signals from this orb. There is a very strong aura of undeath. You catch very, very light traces of fiends. You do also get a strong sense of celestial presence. And you would actually be able to tell that even though you can't see her, there is a very focused celestial presence standing directly in front of this thing next to Nomad.
Where is... Oh, Nomad's up there?
I believe so, yeah. He was going to head up the stairs when he was ready, but...
Okay, cool. If that's the case, I'll go stand by him after that.
So what do we need to do, friend Nomad?
From what the archivist said, right? They just have to go into the pool and rejuvenate.
Simply relax. I will get you one at a time as fast as I can. If he is ready, I'd like to continue with your small friend. He seems the most injured.
Yeah.
Nope.
So
Not going first.
I can go for. I can go
Hard
first.
pass.
Gale,
You- Look, I feel like shit. I am not taking my chances with this random orb.
I'll go first, guys.
Understood. Tell him to simply approach and touch the orb.
I tell him.
All right. I walk up and just roll my eyes, just touch the.
Alright. As you touch, you feel this immediate sense of comfort, of acceptance. They say that when your life, or when you are about to die, your life flashes before your eyes, but it's not quite like that. It's more of this feeling of just peace and acceptance, of remembering of all the stories that were told and everything that will be left behind for a short time, to echo with the people that knew you. And that happens briefly, but then when you wake up, a split second later, seemingly, you find yourself in a place that is overwhelmingly green. You can see these tall gray tree trunks that are littered with colorful bugs and birds, these thick dark green jungle leaves, these huts that are connected by wooden bridges and rope. You recognize this as your home from when you were very, very young. And you seem to be kind of looking out all over this, but you're standing on the porch of one of these tree houses. From behind you, you hear a couple of creaking footsteps. And you turn, and you see that there is a Kenku. She is maybe a couple feet taller than you, the size of a normal Kenku, much taller than you, relatively speaking. She has simple features. She's not very, pretty or recognizable. She's very plain looking, but she has these bright yellow eyes. And she looks down at you with this just weary, tired, exhausted expression. And she says, "You're so small." Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Is it your time?
I don't think so. Are you my mom? Because I get this feeling that you're my mom.
Her eyes kind of glisten, and a corner of her mouth kind of curls up. And she starts low and then begins to sing it a little louder, and her entire beak sways side to side as she plays the sound of creaking trees rocking in the wind a few times. And then says, "Yes, I recognize you. I know you."
Well, who's my dad then?
If I could remember. He was fleeting and brash and not well liked. But he was short, like you. That's why you're short. I remember that.
Was he a kobold named Joker?
You see this momentary look of, almost like being half roused from sleep, but then it quickly catches up with her. Yeah, maybe. Perhaps. 2 eyes? 2 different eyes. She apologizes. She kind of like stumbles over herself. She feels lost. She feels strange.
One red, one black?
Yes. You're so small. I hadn't imagined how small it'd be. Did they... And she kind of stopped. Did they treat you well?
I kind of just rub the back of my head. Not everyone has, but I found people who treat me well.
I'm so sorry. It was selfish. I knew they would. But I thought at least I'd be there to support you.
I kind of like walk up and give her a big hug.
I don't think I can stay long, but don't come back for a long time. This place is not what I thought it would be.
This is the afterlife, I assume?
She shakes her head in this kind of defeated denial. But you have good insight. She thinks that it is. She accepts that it is. She seems disappointed.
What is your name?
One more time, she kind of smiles and rocks her head and plays the sound of creaking trees in the wind.
Okay, I had a feeling. Well, don't worry. I may be small, but I'm pretty strong. And I take a little arm flex.
She puts on this, the most awake and energetic that you've seen her so far in this conversation, smile. And she bends down and reaches her arms to give you a hug. And as she does, you feel nothing. And particles of light drift through you and past you and around your cheeks. And you wake up and you can see this room one more time, but now you can see that there is a woman, all white, bright skin, bright eyes, standing next to Nomad.
It's like tears in his eyes.
Hello, brother.
That was trippy as fuck.
Much like real time passed.
The rest of you saw him walk up and touch the orb, and he seemed to just go into a trance for about 45, 60 seconds.
You feeling okay, little buddy?
Yeah, I just
Does
saw
he
my
look any
mom.
different?
He looks the same. He looks upset. He looks emotional. But he looks the same.
He's like coherent.
Yeah. Give me an
Everything.
insight. Give me an insight check.
Okay.
He is not the same Ace.
I simulate.
He seems the same. He's uncharacteristically emotional, which is something that you haven't really seen a lot from me. But he seems the same, a little shook.
All right. Right.
So I think I don't know, temporarily went to the other side. I don't know, I saw my mom and I mean, I guess I could have insight checked her, but I kind of felt like she was my mom.
I mean, if the little bird's, about a man up, I'll kind of walk over reluctantly and reach a hand out. I'll do it first. I don't want to interrupt.
Sure.
Are
Unless,
you well?
Vasu, you said you were gonna step up and touch it?
Yeah.
Yep. Ace.
Unless someone else do it.
Ace, for the record, any stat penalties that you've taken are gone, any status effects that you had are gone, and you get the effects of 2 short rests.
Oh shit.
That's good.
All I get from that are my spell or some mana. Because I was actually doing pretty good.
Bad. I need those key points and rage points.
You do.
I'm good on health.
Vasu, as you step forward, there is a sudden crack of lightning, a flash of light. The rest of you watch Vasu go comatose, as Ace had done before. And when you awaken, you see this awful, hellish-like scene. The sky is red and orange as if it's on fire. Dark black clouds of ash streak the sky in these twisted patterns, boiling over themselves, just seemingly a few hundred feet over your head. The ground around you is this constantly quaking black rock, occasionally dotted with these sharp boulders of obsidian that look like they're trying to cut the sky with these sharp edges and these glinting mirror-like sheens. And you can see that all throughout this land, there are these rivers, this web of bright orange light. Occasional bursts of lava that just seems to erupt up from out of the ground, splitting cracks in different places and then flowing down the valleys and the passageways that exist in this landscape. You do see that far in all directions, there are wanderers, there are people, shapes that are hard to make out, distant. And after kind of overhearing what Ace had said, you look and you wait, and you hope to find someone, to touch someone, to speak to someone, to see anything. And it's just for several minutes this quaking, burning, trembling hellscape.
Okay. You said the ground is like cracked and running with lava. Does it look like I'm on any of the floating islands in Eisenmar or anything like that, or is this flat land?
You take a look around, and there's definitely some altitude here, but there are no floating islands that you can see. You see some mountains, a couple of valleys, a ravine, some basic, aspects of the terrain, but no floating islands.
Okay. I guess I will try to like fly over to some of those figures I see in the call out.
As you go over towards the nearest figure and you fly, you find that flying is effortless, but everything feels hot, and the gravity, you can feel it tugging your cheeks down, your arms, your wings are tired, even though you're not exerting any sort of physical energy. And when you finally approach this thing, you get about 20-30 feet away from it, you call out to it, and this creature, this humanoid, you can see it has this pale, dark, ashy skin, and it turns to you. Gaunt cheekbones, you can see its rib cage, it looks emaciated, and its two eyes are just these glowing embers of orange. And it looks at you with a mouth agape, its head tilted to the side, just kind of studying curiously.
Definitely gonna Bren to like call out again and like. Does this thing look humanoid, or is it like an Aarakocra, or anything?
This particular one looks humanoid. It looks like a zombie more than anything else, but it's kind of just this ashy-looking zombie with these burning embers for eyes. Looks vaguely humanoid. It's a lot shorter than you, about 1.5 feet shorter than you. And as you call out to it one more time, it looks up to the sky directly above you. And it begins to kind of tremble violently. And all at once, in just a puff, it bursts into ash and embers. And these embers all begin to rush and swarm around you. You feel just tiny pricks of heat, not pain, as they seem to meld into you and into your body and your arms and your chest. And you suddenly feel back. You take a deep breath and you find yourself in this room, rested, healthy. You can now see the avatar of Beetlejuice standing next to Ace and Nomad.
What did you see?
You've been there this whole time.
And sometimes before. I apologize, I am weak in my old age. My systems are not what they used to be. An explosion kind of rocks the building. You see a couple of bits of stone splash down around the edges into the water. I fear we don't have much time.
No time for interpretation. Please, the next person.
Yeah, okay, so I got... Did I also get...
Yes, you get two short rests, and if you have any status conditions, those are cured.
Frodo, who'd been kind of keeping watch
concerning.
Top of the stairs, puts his tobacco pipe down, hands Nomad the light, and steps up and takes a real deep breath, and puts his hand on it.
As you place your hand on it, it's a familiar sensation, not a pleasant one, but one that you've experienced a few times in the past few months. This journey to a calm, peaceful place. Blue skies, beach, lush greenery all around you, like you're at the bottom of a bowl of a jungle or an island. And sitting at the bottom of the basin of this bowl is a tiny oasis with a tiny tree that gives these kind of bright blue palm fronds off of its top. It casts a little bit of shade from a warm, welcoming sun. Everything feels pleasant and cool, but stagnant, still, quiet, eerily quiet. You can hear only the wind that kind of rushes against the plants in the distance, and even that feels distant for some reason. But you do see, like before, that there is this piece of paper that seems to be tacked to the side of this tree next to the oasis.
Okay, I will take a second to take everything in and then stand up and go over to that note.
As you go over to it, you can see that it is folded and tacked, and on the outside of this note, written in Aquan, is just the words, "For you."
Alright, I will pull it off and open it up.
As you unfurl it, you recognize Aquan handwriting. It's messy. It looks like it was probably written with maybe charcoal or some very crude stone of some sort. But it's legible and it's clear, and the message is very simple. And it reads, I'll post it. And at the bottom of that, you can see that there's a thick, messy line drawn. And then in different handwriting, directly under it, a second part of the message.
Nordo takes some time to read that, because when he learned to read Aquan, he was a very little boy and didn't know how to read that well. Tears nearly immediately fill his eyes. And when he finishes the letter, he kind of frantically tries to find somewhere to put it, but it's gonna make it back with him, even though he knows that's probably fruitless. And then just kind of clutches it in his hands really tight and just sits down and holds onto it and closes his eyes and wishes real hard that he could take that note with him when he leaves.
As you sit and you kind of watch and study the note and find somewhere to tuck it, you notice that silently, without any noise, which is unusual because it's a very large motion, something is rising up, way off in the distance, maybe 2 or 3 miles. This tall spire of just this kind of whitish yellow bone, like an enormous rib cage, larger than anything you've ever seen in your entire life. One spire begins to just push its way up over one of the hills in the distance, and then another right behind it, in this circular motion all around you, until one eventually kind of pokes its way up and blots out a bit of the sun, casting shade. And when it's all said and done, there are 24 enormous bone spires that have just risen up from the landscape around you. And they stand there silently, not saying or doing anything, but they seem to be watching. They seem to be aware of you. There's this unusual feeling of presence in these distant bones. But as quickly as that feeling settles in, you softly and easily pull out, and you find yourself back in this room, also rested and also able to see this woman.
At the very end of that, he tries to say before the vision ends, and probably just ends up saying it out loud in this room, in Aquan, just, "Are you here?"
When you return, there are several seconds of silence, but then, now able to see and hear this woman, she reaches a hand out to you, and she seems to motion for you to hold your palm out.
I hold my palms up. At first I look at them and uselessly check for a note to be there, but then hold them out to her.
You find that it is not there, as you suspected. It's empty. But she reaches a palm out. Her hands are small and delicate compared to yours, and she presses one against the pad of your palm. And when it retracts, she says, "They wait, distant. They can wait much longer if we are successful here today. But they will be with you, as they always have been." And as she pulls her hand back, you do see that there is a small parchment of paper. And on the outside of it, it says in Aquan, "For you."
I, glassy-eyed, still look up at this strange white apparition and just say, "Thank you. I have many questions for you when this is all over."
hope that we meet again in Arcturus, in some state of sanity.
As do I. Someone else would still need to hurry.
Yeah.
Kind of tries under himself and goes back to the stairs to.
So like while this has been happening, Nomad approaches Gale and sort of just kneels. And he says, Master Gale, 2 years ago, I was a part of a kobold pack. They did not accept me, but I protected them out of necessity. To survive the Underdark, you must band with even the weakest creature. I grew to love these creatures who let me travel with them. And they died. I do not think I can handle that again. I understand you do not trust Easy. I understand that you do not wish to touch the orb. At the very least, stay down here. I will protect you. And he goes upstairs.
As you go upstairs, and as that conversation is happening, I'm assuming that somebody else is probably touching the orb. But when you reach the top of the stairs, you are greeted by two intellect devourers, which immediately see you and begin running in your direction. And it's no problem. It's easy for you to just quickly dispatch them. But from behind, you hear the sounds of chittering, tentacles flailing, fleshy footsteps marching downstairs towards all of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow Nomad.
So the first thing Nomad does is put up the wall of fog.
Good shit.
To keep them from targeting us with spells.
Excellent.
Then from out of the fog comes out the manifested. Probably not going to do shit.
It is enough to at least set up a preliminary defense, and you're able to easily dispatch the first two of these devourers that seem to have slipped their way into the temple and started to aggress on you. They do immediately seem to latch onto you with hostility. While that's going on, though, who is touching next?
I'll do it.
Alright. Moat, as that conversation is happening, recognizing the urgency, you step forward and press a hand to this thing, and as you do, your vision returns to a familiar place, one that you may have visited once or twice. The city of Seatol. You immediately recognize the docks looking out over the northern sea. But you don't recognize the house that you're in, or the street, or any of the sights or smells. It's a place that you visited but never lived. And you seem to be in sort of a cozy building made of stone. You see bright colors that are kind of outside of the window, light that is filtering in brightly. And you can see that sitting across from you in this rocking chair, with sort of a glazed-over, exhausted expression on her face, is an old human woman. She has these long, gray locks of hair that are kind of braided at multiple points. They go all the way down to her hips. Her flesh is wrinkled and spotted. Her eyes are friendly but worn out and weary. Her glory days are long behind her. But she looks up to you, seemingly alerted, almost startled if she wasn't in such a stupor. And she says, Sammy. No, not Sammy. Who are you?
I will approach her and I will reach a hand out to shake her hand, and I say, I'm Moat.
Moat. Huh. That's an interesting name. I'm Lydia, I think. Yes, Lydia sounds right. It has been so long since I've used a name. Lydia Tomarello. What?
Your son is Samson Tomarello, right?
Oh, yes. Little Sammy. Tell me, did he do all the things he said he was going to do? He isn't here, so I assume that he has succeeded.
I take a real long pause and think about, the bones sitting at the bottom of the boat right now. He did.
She kind of smiles and she shakes her head. I knew he would. He was so full of fire and passion and energy. He can do anything the world asked of him. He simply needed to set his mind to it. And rely on his friends. He was always such a loner. Thought he could do everything himself. I'm glad he learned to share the burden in the end.
He sounds like an incredible guy.
It is
I'm
strange.
glad I got to know him.
Oh, you knew him?
Only briefly.
I see. Well, that explains it. I was curious why someone showed up at my home. Tell me, do you like tea?
I'd love some.
Of course. And she kind of takes a moment and stands up, and she goes into this nearby kitchen. She pours out some tea from a kettle that seems to already be piping. And she brings it back. She hands it to you. She sits back down and takes some herself.
Your son.
Yes.
What all did he set out to do?
He said he just wanted to be an adventurer, that this whole city life wasn't for him. God bless him, I understand it. Now, if I hadn't gotten hitched when I was so young, I would probably be out there traveling the world too, but no, Robert was all the adventure I ever needed. I heard he took up some mercenary work for a short time. He sailed. He was on an airship for a while. He would always send letters home of his adventures.
Sounds like dangerous work. And you haven't heard from him in a while?
No, I don't think his time has come yet.
I see.
She kind of brings the cup up to her and takes a sip. She lets out this just very, dissatisfied, expression, but continues to drink it. It never tastes quite the way it used to. I did think this place would be a lot more, well, heavenly. And as she says the word, motes of light begin to just spill from her mouth until her shoulders and arms give way. And the entire scene just kind of swirls into dust. And you find yourself back here, able to see the white woman, and all of your other recovered companions. Upstairs, you can hear the sounds of spell casting. Nomad doing his best to fend off aggression.
I'm up there too, helping him now,
Absolutely.
if that matters.
Same here.
Seeing as it's basically just you and a bunch of other, and this orb and whoever else needs to touch it. Absolutely, I'll grab that in a second. This woman who you can now see in here does say, I cannot turn my defenses back on myself. I will need someone who can interface with it. Anyone who's very talented at the arcane, or perhaps your strange friend, who has apparently already interfaced with it once. As you bring my defenses back online, I may be able to help, but I will need you nearby.
Well, I don't know nothing about magic, but help and defend, I can do that.
Yeah, it sounds like. Well, I guess Gale can't hear you. Sounds like Toto might need to interface with the thing to do the defenses. Actually, I can just perfectly mimic what she says. I do that.
Yeah, somebody comes up and kind of relays the message, or Ace relays the message.
can try.
Excellent.
Why don't you and Flick just touch at the same time so we can, unless we have to one at a time. Sounds like it's getting pretty dangerous.
Always cross the streams.
I mean, do I need to touch it? Do I need to see this woman? I don't really get it.
If you wish to benefit from my protection, yes. If you think you're okay on your own, there is no hurry.
Did you control those automatrons upstairs?
For a short time, yes, but I believe they've been lost.
Whoopsies.
God, I don't want to almost die again. That's never fun. Fuck it, whatever. Here goes. If I don't come back, it's fine. Just leave me.
Press a
You
hand
got
to
it, pal.
And you find yourself on a beach. Very suddenly, there is just this pure, gleaming blue sky above you. Just totally like a painter's mat that has been splashed with paint. This pure, solid color, which is in stark contrast against the dotted landscape around you and the ocean to your side. Palm trees and colorful buildings off in the distance. You recognize that this is probably near Seatoll or somewhere around there. But you can see that maybe 10 or 15 feet away from you, kind of hunched over in the sand, with a little wooden bucket and a tiny little brass spoon or a shovel, is a young tabaxi boy, probably about 6 years old. He kind of has this light-colored cheetah-like pattern, and he's got this just overgrown, ridiculous, fuzzy mohawk scruff or mane that kind of grows out from between his ears and down the back of his neck, and it blows strong in the wind. And he doesn't seem to pay you any mind or even really notice that you're there. He just sits there, and it looks like he's making some sort of a sandcastle.
Huh. Without getting too close, I'll just watch him for a little bit.
You watch for a little bit, and as you do, he kind of takes a couple of scoots back to admire his work. He leans forward, and then he carves a little doorway and some windows into it. And then, in a snap, in a flash, there's suddenly a gust of wind, and before you can really even see what's happened, he's around to the other side. You can see sand kicked up, like a dust devil has just suddenly blown through and disappeared in an instant. And he's on the other side of the sandcastle with his bucket, and he starts to scoop some wet sand into it and kind of pour the mold on to make some crenellations. And from this angle, he looks over the sandcastle and he can see you. He doesn't say anything. He looks for a couple seconds. He looks confused, but then he goes back to making his sandcastle.
I'll walk up to him, I guess. Hey there, would you like some help with that? Might be easier with two people.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna make the wall go that way. That way, it'll stop the waves when they come in. And then I'm gonna make a trick, and it'll funnel it over that way, to that big pond over there.
Right, that sounds good. I'll just help you with the wall here.
He kind of hands you a little cup, decides, this one usually works okay.
Right.
What's your name?
You know.
I'm not gonna tell anyone. I haven't seen anyone around here in a long time anyway.
It's Caspian.
Caspian. That's a cool name. It sounds like an adventurer.
Yeah, you can just call me Cass if you want. It's a bit long.
Yeah. My name starts with a C, too. Well, sort of.
Does it?
I'm Cloud.
Nice to meet you, Cloud.
And as he does, as he says that, he reaches out a hand to shake it.
I'll shake it.
As you touch it, there's this sudden gust of wind, and you can feel sand being blown around you and across the cheeks of your face. You watch as this form disappears into this fine dust. And just like that, you're back in this room. You can see the woman now.
Well, alright, that was something. Didn't know what the fuck you guys have been seeing, but okay. done.
I'm pretty sure we all told you what we've been seeing.
Yeah, mine wasn't anything like that.
Because you lied to it.
Because you can never get rid of sand once you go to the beach. There's just like sand pouring out of him now.
Of course, and it gets everywhere. Also, is that old school Olafson? Who is that?
I don't know. It was in Google when I typed cloud and cheetah.
Fuck, it's vaguely Olafson, but the face is all wrong. I can't figure out who the fuck that is.
There's a
it's
signature, but I don't know who it is.
A7 in 16. No, Olafson didn't look like this in 16. What the shit? Huh. Anyway, unimportant. I'll check that out later.
Also, for
Or sorry, go ahead.
oh, mine wasn't important. I was just gonna say I posted a video about sand. If you guys have seen Community Channel, she's a whole video about sand, and it's hilarious. Please watch.
As all of this is happening, back up top, Ace has relayed the message that in order to put the defense systems online, someone will need to interface with this mine, and that she will provide help as she comes online. From the opposite side, you can see that more of these creatures are starting to funnel their way in. At this point, you can see that there are 3 intellect devourers and these 2 larger creatures. They look to be overgrown brains about the size of a small dog, with this trailing clump of tentacles that propels them along the ground. These large hook-like beaks, no eyes, no other senses that you can see, and they start to push their way through the fog cloud towards all of you.
What are they?
You can give me an Arcana check. You might know. Same
With
for
advantage because they're all they're my favorite enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. They're aberrations.
Go. 27.
You recognize them immediately as Grell, which are kind of a pet or a monster that is sometimes used by mind flayers.
Yeah. I heard Gale say something a little bit ago. It sounded like I can try. Then he was drowned out.
Did it have to be Arcana?
It did.
I was just saying that Toto could try and
There you go.
interface.
Yeah. I tell Ace like I'll head down as soon as I push these back.
Oh, I'm up there with you.
Yeah.
Say I just holler down the stairs. They're here. Time's up. And I'm gonna start running up to swing at them.
All right, excellent. As you do, you hear a voice, and you can see light kind of it glows as it speaks from down the stairs. It says, "I will remain here and wait to be activated. I can help you if you're nearby. Retreat when you need to." But with that, don't do anything. I'll throw you all on initiative.
Oh
Sure.
boy.
Ta-da!
I think I gotta go early.
At the very end again.
We did change it so that rebound points do persist from combat to combat. So if you had any left over, you still have them.
Cool.
I don't have any.
How many down points do I get from confusion?
For confusion, I was doing 2 if you lost your whole action, and 1 if you had like a forced action or something.
Got 2 because I missed my whole turn, but then I spent one rebound point.
Yep.
Left.
Are we just jumping into combat now? Or are you going to do a little bit more RP stuff first?
That is up to Gale. There's still time if you would like to run down and touch it. With that said,
Do it.
He already interfaced with it a little bit, but yeah.
He just stands there quiet.
Okay. She looks at you. At a moment, or at first, there's this kind of not really desperation, but this very pragmatic look of like, are you sure this is the
can't
right
see her.
call? Oh, that's right, you can't see her. Okay, yeah, excellent. The rest of you do see that she looks over to Gale with concern at first. Those of you who are still down there, which is probably nobody anyway, so I'm just saying this to myself out loud. But
She
then-
just shakes her head.
but she does eventually kind of crack this very faint smile, and she nods. She seems to kind of understand. And she then steps backwards into this mine. And you see this swirling white magical energy begin to kind of trace all of the mathematical lines and patterns across this thing.
I'd probably have hung back on Gale, considering we were straggling here.
Cool. You guys can put yourself pretty much anywhere that you want to be between that room and, the exit.
I think we're good to go.
Okay, quick question.
Yeah.
I had Hunter's Mark up still, and I think I had like 40 minutes left. Did my 2 short rests I just took get rid of that, or do I still have that up?
No, only a few minutes has passed, so...
Hell yeah, where's the fog cloud at?
Sick.
So it'd be. How big is the fog cloud?
Yeah, let me know how big that shit is.
It's just like covering this entrance, basically.
Okay, but you said some of them poked out of it. That's all I really need to know.
Artificial mind is kind of over here. Vasu, how big is fog cloud?
Shit, I don't know.
What
I
do
don't
you
have it in like my
think
spell
the
list or
radius?
anything.
Oh, was
It
that
says 20-foot radius.
Gotcha.
I think that's right. Otherwise, I can go look it up. But I think that's it.
So depending where you
Also-
put it.
Also, Gale,
like
you
that.
still have one of those too.
All right.
Artificial mind is over here.
Oh yeah, I need to pull that thing up for you too. Let's just use a weapon for now. Magic spells. Animated weapon will go here.
You could be a bro and let this one be outside the fog.
With your very good Arcana check and your familiarity with it, Nomad, you would know that a lot of aberrations, including Grell, have blind sight.
This is concentration anyway, right? The fog cloud?
Yep.
Yeah, he was just keeping
Is it
it there to-
concentration? Is it concentration?
Yeah, so your ability to just
My
lets them,
class feature thing for it,
yeah,
though.
it lets them cast the spell, but everything else about it is normal, as if they had cast the spell.
Okay, so it just doesn't require components. They still have to
Right. Correct.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Discord is cutting out.
It's all good.
Oh.
Yeah.
When everyone is like up here, he's going to drop the fog so that it's not blinding anyone here.
All right. Excellent.
So
So-
this is gone.
Do I know if intellect devourers are more dangerous than these little brainy boys? Like, which is more dangerous?
So you would know that intellect devourers are probably the weakest thing that can send to you until you are incapacitated. If for some reason somebody goes unconscious or is stunned, the intellect devourers suddenly become much, much more dangerous. You really don't want to let them near anyone who is stunned or unconscious.
Cool.
Because that's when they devour your intellect.
This is true. And then they eat your brain and they take over your body. All right. Then I'm going to move my Hunter's Mark to this boy here.
All right.
And then I'm going to let loose my arrows. And these are my greater favorited enemy.
Red enemy
don't
is
know
so
what that
good.
means.
It means I get I do 4 more damage to them with every hit.
That's good.
Hey, Feck, you remember when I played a ranger with aberrations as his favorite enemy, and you literally never made us fight any?
There were a few in the Trace arc, but that was pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't even use Philo there, did you?
Nope, he was
I'm a
Salanti for that, I think. Let's see.
I was.
30 does hit for a fuckload of damage. Christ. Okay. 14 also sinks in for another 13 on top of that.
Is it still up?
Still up. Uh, 24 for another 13. That is enough to stop this thing in its tracks as it starts to run over to you.
Haha. And then I'm just going to go over here. I did my job. Actually, you know what? I'll stay. I'll just stay on the stairs. I won't move.
Alright, the grills are up next. There's only one left. It is going to run forward. How fast does this fucker move? Oh, I didn't know that. That's great. This thing actually lifts off of the ground and begins to hover towards all of you a few feet off of the ground.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112,
cut that off. You cut that out.
Delightful. It also has reach, so it's not going to come over here for sure. It gets over to here, and then it lashes out with all of these tentacles towards Moat. 23 for 4.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, and then you are grappled and restrained, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
You're good. You feel your body start to lock off, but you're able to kind of fight back a little bit, shove some of these tentacles free, at least from your bare flesh.
Hey, teacher.
Yeah.
Reading that, it looks like the grapple and restrained is a DC in itself, too.
So it's automatic grapple and restrained. The DC 15 is to escape it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those.
May I use?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What's that?
Sorry, I was just gonna say, may I use my rebound point to go right after it?
Absolutely. But before it's done, it is going to continue to come up to here, and it is going to try to bite you with its big octopus beak.
Excellent.
23 for 7. And then that's its turn, so you can jump up in initiative.
Before Moat jumps up in initiative, I'm going to use my Sentinel reaction to attack.
Good call. Go for it. Both at the same time if you
because
want.
it just attacked his reach. You stop that! You leave him alone! 15 for 14?
15 does hit for 14.
Sick. You tack on that extra d6, I'm guessing it hasn't been an hour yet.
Nope, it's been about 25-30 minutes for another 3. Alright, and then Moat, you jump up in initiative.
Alright, well, now that it's got its tentacles all around me, I will look it in its little beady eyes and give it a nice toothy tiefling grin. And for my bonus action, I will, a couple of sparks start to fly out from underneath my armor, and I will mantle while it's holding on to me.
Excellent.
And then I will, flame blade it. This is a disadvantage, right?
Right, because of the restraint, yep.
Okay. Oh, not that it matters. Because they're both misses.
Wait, where's the attack roll?
You're right, where is the attack roll?
It's just damage.
Let's try this again. 1 second.
Is your strength only a +3? Or is that your charisma adding to it? Can't clear.
Charisma for the fire damage.
Gotcha. Then this one's also missing a weapon damage?
Yeah, I don't know what happened here. Let's try this out instead.
Your spell damage.
It might be you have to roll your attack and then add the spell damage. This.
So the d20s were a 6 and a 5.
So plus 15. The lower one is 14. 14 does hit, so that lands for 14.
And then 19 because mantle is up.
Yeah, another 5 for mantle. So,
Yeah.
all right.
And then I'll figure out that macro.
All right. In the meantime, Nordo.
Yeah, I see this thing rush up and start grappling Moat, and I'm gonna come up and start just hacking tentacles off. This will be reckless. Because of course it will.
Whew, 24 for 9. And another 12 on top of that is enough to finish this guy off.
Outstanding. And as I rip one of the tentacles off, its weird aberrant blood splatters over me. I assume.
Oh yeah, it's real gross.
And I still have 30 more feet of movement. And a bonus action. I will go there, and I will use a bonus action for patient defense, and I will dodge.
All right, excellent. That brings us to Gale.
I sit down here and do nothing.
Do you have Toto interface?
He never like interacted with the thing at all.
I
Yes,
think
no,
I was out. I think I missed the session where didn't Toto like interface with the spaceship and then like become a god or something?
Yeah, I just mean Gale like never. He has no idea what the white woman has said. Or
Oh,
anything.
we told him. I conveyed it.
Eh.
Gale does nothing.
All right. Let's see. The lair. As all of this is going on, you guys hear a couple of rocking explosions outside, and then you start to hear this horrible sound, this high-pitched whine, and the sound of rumbling and dirt and stone grinding against itself. And then all at once there is this beam of daylight and also this spray of wet rain that begins to pour in as a hole is ripped through the ceiling of this room and a beam haphazardly fires down into here. Let's see. A good beam, a very lucky beam actually.
Ho!
You guys watch as this piercing ray of energy crashes through the ceiling, letting daylight and rain into this building. And I need dexterity saving throws from Moat and Vasu. Vasu just makes it for half, so Vasu takes 10 radiant damage and Moat takes 20
I don't
radiant
take
damage.
shit.
You don't take shit.
Evasion, motherfucker.
Hell yeah. Alright, that brings us to the Devourers. Let's see, they are gonna rush up. Pew. Pew.
Or Mo.
Excellent, so
So it only
17 of that is blocked. Alright, these are all on Nordo.
I have both advantage and disadvantage because of dodge and reckless attack.
Alright. So 8, 18, and 7, I think all miss.
This will all miss, yeah.
Alright, and then I need 3 intelligence saving throws.
Well, this should go very poorly.
I believe in you.
I have -1.
Yeah, this probably wasn't very wise of you.
Or no, don't know.
Woof, okay.
Oh no.
You take 18 points of psychic damage, and what is your int score?
Second. Take the damage first. My int score is 9, I think. 9.
You lucky son of a bitch. You feel one of these things begin to lock its its tiny little beady black bug eyes with you. You feel this probing sensation in the back of your mind, and you swat with your weapon and you break that contact. But as soon as you swing, the other one begins to lock on with you. You feel it begin to pierce and pierce and pierce, getting right into the cusp of your mind. And then it breaks. There is a sudden flash of white from behind you, and you are narrowly saved from whatever that was about to be.
Death.
And that brings us to Flick.
Stupidity.
Alright, I'm not fucking with these intellect devourers, because fuck them, they almost killed me last time.
Remain, by the way.
What was that?
Does the fire remain?
Oh, it does. It absolutely does.
Gotcha.
Oof. Alright, I'm getting
Fire
to
bad!
aim for the stocky and the big boned. They're the closest to me, and I don't... Granted, closest to me is like 40 feet away, but
Woo!
Delicious.
if I can hit the same one, I will.
14, 15, 19.
Compass is doubled too, so roll another d8.
Oh, yeah. 20, that's such a shame. This thing is barely up even after the crit.
God damn it.
But then you can fire your second shot if you want.
What?
Right.
Oh no. 9
Damn
is a
it.
miss, unfortunately. Alright, anything else?
Could I have aimed since I haven't moved?
Yes, but try to call that ahead of time.
Yeah, I will. I will.
There we go. That'll do it.
Cool. Alright, that's me.
Alright, Vazu.
First, I'm gonna fire. With a reach weapon, can I attack this intellect devourer from over here, over this thingamajig?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Oh no.
12?
It's a critical fail either way. 14 is good though for 9.
15.
15 is good for 9.
Okay. Extra 5 fire damage. And then I'm gonna kick it.
And as you sweep around, the blast of fire pushes this thing against a wall and it splats.
Cool. That was attack and bonus action. Let me check. That was only 30 feet of movement. I'm gonna get just. Yeah, I'll fly back over here. I was like, oh, I should fall back and hide behind something, but like I know I'm playing Vasu, I need to be in the fray. This isn't Daru times. I can't just hide behind a rock.
Alright.
Alright, that's my turn.
You guys watch as, through the hole that has been ripped in the ceiling, 2 creatures suddenly blink in. You're greeted by the, actually I guess they would come through closer to this. There we go. You're greeted by the tentacled visage of 2 mind flayers that immediately look around and lock eyes with Nomad. But that is all that they can do this turn. Eddie.
Hello.
Eddie Jamjar, back down in the basement. The first thing that he's going to do...
Did he touch the orb?
Not yet. He's about to. Notably, the orb is now kind of shimmering in this white energy, like this ghost or apparition is rapidly swirling around it, tracing all of its mathematical features. Gale, you can see arcane runes that occasionally flash up, some familiar and some unfamiliar. Eddie looks to you and then to Toto. He's like, alright, we can do this. And he throws a bardic onto you, Gale, and then he runs over to this thing and starts to just kind of take a stupefied look at it. He watches for a second or two, and then all at once begins to reach a hand in and try to draw some runes, tracing lines from one to another. How? No, that's not right. How does this work? Okay, alright. He seems to be struggling with this. That brings us to Nomad.
Nomad, kind of connecting with their brains, walks up these stairs, and he greets them with a hello. And then he jumps from here to here. I think that's 10 feet. He goes over yonder, and then aiming here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Perfect. This is gonna use all my mana.
Woo! Dexterity saves. That's on both the Mind Flayers, right?
Yep.
Left and right. Both fail miserably, take 23 points of force damage,
Knocked away
and
and
are
prone.
slammed into this wall. Go ahead and give me 1d6 and then another d. Or, I'm sorry, give me 1d6 and 2d6.
There you go. 1d6 and 2d6. 6 and 7.
Both of their bodies immediately flail and splat against this wall and then roll and continue to kind of grind against this stone. They land prone.
Like mind flailer. And then I put my hand on my head, completely drained of mana.
Did you
And
spend
I-
a 4th level spell slot on that pun?
I did. And I'm not sorry.
Nor should you be.
So he puts his hand on top of his head, and he closes his eyes and reaches back down the stairs with his mind, connects with Gale, and he says, "I need you. You don't have to come up here, but you must do something." Please.
Stay silent.
And that's all.
All
What
right.
about your bonus action arcane weapon?
What?
Your arcane weapon that's right there in the middle of the map.
Oh no, that's not an arcane weapon technically.
That's his
That
mind.
is, yeah, that's my artificial mind. It's a Shul
Oh,
skull.
I thought it was your. Oh, okay. I thought it was
Yeah.
your spiritual weapon.
Yeah,
All makes
it
sense.
has the same. It has the same like icon.
I need to make a proper icon for it.
If you got a glowing skull, you do have a skull actually. It's in my inventory.
Hell yeah.
It's a nice one.
All
I'll
right.
use that one.
That brings us back to the top. New round.
Anytime now, roll 20.
I believe in it. I believe in roll 20.
I don't believe in it.
How much light do these flames give off?
Let's call it 10-10. Oh, I see what I did. Sorry, I fucked this up. This is entirely my fault.
Really great.
I'm just gonna have to remember that the layer is 20. Okay, here we go. Much better. Alright, ace is up.
No darkness for me. All right. I guess I'll move here. I'll move my Hunter's Mark to the stocky Intellect Devourer because they're prone and I can't shoot them. And I'm going to shoot the Intellect Devourer.
Alright, fire away. They're prone.
No, I'm shooting at the Intellect Devourer because they're
Oh.
because the Mind Flayers are prone.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so 15 does land for 28, and that is enough to kill this thing.
All right, and the next one's just going to be on one of the Mind Flayers at disadvantage. Then might as well.
Even with disadvantage, that slams in for 15.
All right. Then I'm going to actually move probably over here where it's dark.
Alright, brings us to Flick.
Alright. Okay, dokie. I'm not really afraid of these flayers. Maybe.
You're fine as long as you don't get stunned.
Hopefully I'll be alright. We'll see.
Then it's 10d10 psychic damage.
I think I'm okay.
Good lord. He is just
I think that one's deleted.
very deleted. Lots of overkill on that one. Even without the crit from the compass, that is plenty more than
Very
enough.
nice.
Okay, and then now that I'm good to go, just back up a little bit more. Alright, I'm good.
Alright, Nordo.
Alright, I hear the squelch of these mind flayers getting mind flailed over here. And I will walk over to this one, place my foot on the center of its chest, and start just hacking with my axe. This will not be reckless because it's prone.
Yay!
$18 for 9 is good. And a wound. 23 for another 12 and another wound.
And then I will just keep wailing with a flurry of blows.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
10 is good. Or 19 is good for 10. 8 unfortunately leaves it still alive. It's hanging on.
Oh man.
Ah. Well, that's unfortunate.
There's Vasu now.
Alright, that brings us to Vasu.
I'll fix that.
Appreciate.
You see a single tear go down Nordo's cheek as he wanted that kill.
I wanted that temp HP more than I know how to describe. I
Right?
can't resist psychic damage.
It's the one damage you can't resist.
I know.
I think you did it.
Whew, yeah, you did it.
3 HP left.
It was very close. Alright, anything else?
I had been raging.
Do I see any enemies like coming in, or mind flayers coming through that hole in the roof at all?
Absolutely. You can hear the sounds of skittering coming from now the stairs in front of you and also the hole above you.
Okay. Leave this up to you if you want to let me use this as like just a weapon attack. I have this dynamite, right? And I have this sling, right?
I love where
I
this
just
is
wanna
going.
I just want to light a stick of dynamite. I mean, even if I have to use like a bonus action or whatever for it, toss it up, sling it up that hole in the ceiling there.
So, as a dynamite expert, it is a full action to use a stick of dynamite. You can do it with fast hands if you have fast hands, but unfortunately, otherwise it is a full action.
Do you have any bonus action fire attacks? Bonus action, light it on fire. Main action, shoot at your sling.
My spear does an extra d6 of fire damage with every attack right now. Can I just like light
it
the
off of the-
dynamite stick on the smoldering corpse of this mind flayer next to
So,
You gotta let that happen. It's so
Come
cool.
on,
You
Zach.
have to let it happen.
Rule
You
of
have
cool
to.
effect.
so here's what we're going to do.
I still have one attack and
Yeah.
the bonus action left. I'll use a key point for this if you need,
For
if you
sure.
want me
So,
to.
with your attack, you can definitely throw anything as an improvised weapon, so that would be a 20-60 range to just throw the
I-
dynamite.
I was just gonna like sling it like with
Absolutely.
my sling, which counts as a monk weapon,
Sure.
a magical monk weapon.
Dynamite is shaped like a sling stone.
Huh. I'll let you throw it as
I mean,
an
it's
improvised
a
weapon.
sling. It's a sling. It's the most fucking primitive weapon. They're made so you can put anything in it, and just as long as you can spin the rope, you can shoot it.
Alright, I'll let you have half of your proficiency, but only this once because it's cool. With that said, all that does is throw the dynamite. It does not ignite it. You need some way to ignite it still. You do have a bonus action.
Actually, I do have a bonus action. Can I
Do you have any
unarmed?
movement left?
I have an unarmed strike that can do fire damage.
Sure.
It's one of my elemental proficiencies. I can make fire shoot at least 5 feet from my fists.
Alright, I'm into it. Let's
I'm going to 1-inch punch this stick of dynamite and then sling it upward.
You also
In my
could just
head,
light.
run
There's
over
literally
and light it
fire
on
right.
Mo.
All
There's
right.
also fire, like literally right here. You
Shut
just run
up!
and just stick it in
Shut
there.
up! Shut up! I don't
Yeah,
need
his
their
point's way
fire. Yeah. I don't need some stupid fucking mind flayer fire. I'm the goddamn phoenix. I'll make my own fire.
All right, excellent. Go ahead and give me 2 attack roll. Okay,
Fucking
well there it
yes!
is. Okay, and give me the ignition, the unarmed strike. Okay,
Woo.
Vasu has this great idea. He pulls out this dynamite, chucks it up there, and then he does a just this leaping upwards flaming kick. The force of the kick sends it flying beautifully out of this newly made hole. You watch as there's a spark as it catches the wick, rapidly burns down because it has caught some of the fast burning beyond the initial ignition wick, and as soon as it breaches through the ceiling, there is an explosion that shatters and causes rubble to tumble down, along with probably some bodies. Let's see, stick of dynamite, give me 3d6 bludgeoning damage.
Should I roll 66 because it crit?
You absolutely should. You certainly 100% should. Excellent. You watch as rocks fall all around you, and there are 2 intellect devourer bodies that just splat down on the ground through this hole. And you can see that there are a couple of shadowy forms of more mind flayers that have been pushed back by this 15 points of damage.
Excellent.
That's the good shit. Okay, so they will not be in this wave. Alright, anything else?
I'm going to call out Upple. I've got more where that came from, you sons of bitches.
Excellent.
My turn.
Alright, Eddie Jamesjar is going to try to interface with this thing again. So he starts to draw these patterns, like, oh, okay, I see it. And he starts to just connect runes, and he draws these lines, leaving this gleaming white light path. And you watch as 2 of these runes begin to glow and illuminate. The water all around you down here, Toto and Gale, begins to give off this soft radiance. First of all, Eddie gets a special thing here. And then also, everyone near Eddie gets strengthened against intelligence saving throws. At this point, you hear him call up, like, guys, you should probably be down here.
You heard the man.
But that brings us to the lair action. They're injured, but they're still gonna head down. You watch
I was really hoping the lair action would be on our side this time.
Oh no.
Same.
Is this
I'll
their
think it.
lair? I don't think so.
Their lair is flying above
I was
us.
gonna say technically.
Oh,
their lair
okay.
is
I
flying
guess that
above them.
makes sense.
This time they are going to blink through closer to the stairwell and spread out because they've seen what happens when there's dynamite in play. This guy will come over here, and then not yet. She doesn't.
Gotta get that shit rolling down there.
We gotta get down there.
When the DM says this fight's too hard for you, please take help from me. You do it.
There is another beam of energy that rips through some of the supporting wall here. Nordo, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Uh-oh. I don't pay attention on kind of dangerous sense, yeah.
Yes.
Eddie said, "Come downstairs. It's really awesome down here."
He activated the orb. It's like tinker with it with Arcana to get it to activate some sweet buffs for us, and he did that and then told us to come down there.
Oh.
Alright, you take 9 points of radiant damage, and it leaves this trail of radiant fire. And then that's all that they can do immediately. The intellect devourers are dead because of dynamite.
Woo!
Which means the grills are up. Where are they? None yet. Okay, Nomad's up.
I feel this strengthening in the intellect, and I look at this mind flayer, I give him the "I'm watching you" eyes, and I'm just going to jump down here.
So that would be like a 20-foot fall, but you can do it if you want.
Let's see. Yeah, okay, give it.
Actually, that would be very steep. That'll be a 10-foot fall, so just 1d6. 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Not concentrating on anything.
Cool.
I dust myself off, and I head on down.
Alright, and that gets you to basically any spot next to Gale.
Yeah, and then I'm going to dash toward the orb, basically.
Excellent. You're able to get right up next to it.
Yeah, can I interact with it as a bonus action?
It has to be a full action, at least at first.
I'm gonna put my hands on it, and that's about it.
Alright, excellent. The Mind Flayers. Okay, one of them sees a delicious cone, so it's going to take advantage of that.
Oh no!
If it can. Oh, it can. You guys have seen Nomad pull this trick before. This thing puts its hands to its heads, its tentacles begin to wriggle, and Nordo, Vasu, and Flick, actually, can this thing step back and get more of you? Oh, Moat, Nordo, Vasu, and Flick. I need all of you to give me intelligence saving throws.
So scared. Y'all have advantage.
Not unless you're within 30 feet of Eddie.
Oh, you have to
That
make
on
it
a
30 feet.
nat 19.
Oh no, Moat!
Oh wait, shit.
I give you my advantage.
You can keep that natural 13 if it still
Yeah, so it is just a 13.
works. Gotcha. So Moat and Vasu take 24 points of psychic damage and you are stunned.
Moat and Vasu. But it's only 15, right?
He rolled wisdom instead.
Vasu rolled wisdom, actually.
Oh, whip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said 20 points of damage?
24 points of damage. I'm putting the rebound points on you early, but they don't technically get there until the end of your turn.
I don't know if you heard. I give Moat my inspiration.
Oh, I did not hear. My bad.
Can I roll inspiration
Sure, go
on
for
that
it.
save?
Yeah.
Oh no, Moat. This is the worst.
Perfect.
Oh no, Moat.
Okay.
Classic Moat.
Oh no.
Oh no, Vasu.
Oh, Vasu.
Okay.
God, the mind blasts are terrifying.
I was born to be seen.
Alright, let's see then. What does this guy want to do? Can he do it on the same turn? He can't. Okay, so he's going to start working on that. The creepy one, being a total creep, is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over to Vasu, seeing that you're incapacitated. And he is going to lean over and start to shove your head into his tentacles. And start working
Please
on
don't.
cracking your brain open.
Please don't.
He only gets this
Let's save
far.
him.
22 damage? Or sorry, 22 to hit for 18 psychic?
Yeah, the 20.
You're cutting out.
You're breaking up real bad.
He has advantage because you're stunned, so 18 damage.
Alright, so 18 psychic damage, and you are now also grappled. The gentle one, though, has bigger plans. It is going to dash 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gets it next to Gale, 11, 12 to wrap around to the backside, and he starts to rush towards this Elrot mind. That brings us to Moat, who is stunned. You can repeat in the intelligence save and throw.
Cool.
You still have... Oh, no, you don't have an old one yet. Okay. So
Can
Oh my God.
can I spend my rebound points to up that?
you could, but they only come here at the end of your current turn.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I threw them on early, but yes, on your next turn, if you're still failing, you can. So that's Moat. You get some rebound points. Gale is up.
Not to teacher, but does he burn for being in the fire?
Oh,
Oh God.
you're right. Thank you.
This is horrible.
It gives him health back because he is the Phoenix, right?
Unfortunately.
It is light damage, unfortunately.
6 points of radiant damage. Okay, and then jumping back to Gale.
I'm sorry. I'm. Everything is cutting.
Sorry, you're all robot.
You're cutting out
You're
real
like a
bad.
robot right now.
Isn't Nomad down here?
Yes, he is. He is actually right next to the orb now. Okay, there we go. While he's sorting that out, Gale's up.
Okay. Gale is frustrated and upset and hurt and feels like shit, and is gonna run up here. If I get here, am I able to see down the stairs to Nomad? by any chance?
You would definitely be able to see like the first space or two. I don't think the angle will let you see all the way to Nomad. If you were back here, you'd be able to see Nomad.
If I'm here, am I able to see Nordo?
Yeah,
Everybody?
yeah, he's a big dude. That would be
Sure.
6 feet. Yeah, that would work. He'd
Also,
have-
bear in mind that I do have the Arcturus suit active, so.
Oh, hell yeah. Then yeah, you could definitely see him from there.
Okay. Excellent. Perfect. Yeah, super frustrated and upset. Gale's gonna just. I'm not weak, and he pulls out a bunch of still stones and pops them into his mouth and eats them.
Oh, shit.
Oh
What,
boy.
what color
and-
are they?
Green. And as he eats these still stones, like veins start bulging across his body, and he starts to get very large in size, and a bunch of green jets of light shoot out to all of my party members, and they also expand in size if they are willing.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm willing.
Yes.
Hell yes, please.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Good lord. So yeah, anybody within 30 feet of Gale who wants to become big can take the effects of the enlarge spell.
I'm
Go away,
medium
oh,
now.
go away.
And that is one.
Am I going to be too big to fit through the door down here or no?
No, it's pretty generous.
Is growing big and my stun?
No, but
No.
hopefully it'll stop them from being able to eat your brain.
Yeah, I was hoping for that, but at the very least, does growing big allow me for one quip as I'm growing big and still being eaten?
Sure.
Just want to look at this mindful and like his tentacles are. I'm just kind of being, I imagine, being pushed away from my head because it's growing so much bigger. And there's something you can chew, and that's it. Sorry, it wasn't really worth that much lead up.
I mean, it's the kind of quip that a stunned person would make.
Can I be bigger too? I want to be normal.
You're now normal.
Yeah, you're
Your
normally
mom would
small,
be so
right?
proud.
Yeah, I'm a small creature, so now I'm a medium
Now
creature.
you're a medium creature.
He looks exactly like Nordo's normal token now.
Gale's technically large currently.
Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck yes.
I am so excited about this.
Jesus.
So yeah, but hope I don't lose concentration.
Does Toto want it?
Yeah, oh yeah, fuck yeah.
What is
Toto,
this that you just did?
And most importantly, Fiero as well is now going to be a small creature,
Excellent. Fiero becomes small.
which is going to be
Then,
important.
like down
Fucking-
the stairs?
30
Uh,
foot.
Is Eddie James working it?
Oh yeah, Eddie's got it if he wants it.
10, 20. Yeah, he sure does. He'll become medium.
And for
Uh,
Nomad?
and Fred Nomad.
Sure, what the hell?
What about the white
Delightful.
lady? Is she big too?
No, I can't see her.
Yeah, she's like part of the orb right now. Alright,
When did Gale get World of Warcraft heroism?
good shit.
But there's more. Fiero is going to try and interface with the orb. It's his
Interesting.
action.
Alright, he can give me an Arcana check. He's looking to beat a 17.
Well, it's not impossible.
So he's able to interface with it, and he's able to kind of quickly learn what's going on. He does unlock the ability to now interface with it as a bonus action instead of an action, but he does not improve the total progress towards activating this thing.
Cool. That's something at least. Then Toto is gonna just tackle and pin this mind player.
Fuck yes. Fuck him up.
$13.24. Someone else see that?
Oh my god, 25. I don't think this thing stands a chance. Let's find out. What has he even got? Oh, gross. Here we go. No, this thing is pinned, grappled.
So as Toto pounces on this thing, he's gonna just push it to the ground and run, grinding it into the floor as far away from the orc as he can.
Fuck yes. Which
Oh
is
my
movement
goodness.
speed.
Real good. I think it's 40 feet. Yeah, 40.
10, 20. He can basically get it all the way over to this wall here.
Can I do the other wall?
Yeah.
Which isn't as cinematic because of positioning, but I want him away from Nomad, ideally.
That makes sense. Alright. And then grapple. Where the fuck is grapple? There we go. Alright. Anything else?
No, I think that's about it.
Good shit.
Beautiful.
Brings us to the top. Ace. First act.
Perfect. I move my Hunter's Mark to the Creepy Mind Flare. And I am now in darkness, and I'm assuming if he had blind sight, it would not reach 40 feet.
That's a great question. Let's find out. I can't tell you until you commit to the attack.
Would I not know because they're my greater favorite enemy?
That's a very good point. Give me history or arcana with advantage. You would know that they actually don't have blind sight. He's going to know your location because your mind is over there, but he cannot see you. He only has dark vision.
It would give me advantage on the attack still?
Absolutely.
Boom, and I get that plus D4 to it.
Sure do. $26 plus a D4, 27. Arrow slams into this thing. $28 for another 14, 17. This thing is pushed backwards from Vasu and then gets riddled all across his back with arrows. Anything else?
No, that's good.
All right.
Wait, so on. Did Toto attack the creepy mind flare or the chubby mind flare?
He's down at the bottom. He's working on gentle down in the Elbrat mind room.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, cool then.
Yep.
I was just making sure I wasn't attacking someone who was prone.
All right. Grills are still approaching. Nomad is up.
Right, he's going to use his action to interface, or at least connect with it.
All right. Give me an Arcana check. Holy Moses, 29.
Almost 30. Hello again, old friend.
All right. You can now interface as a bonus action, assuming that you haven't already done it once on that turn. And you have advantage on int saves, and so does everybody within 30 feet of you, as long as they're in this room.
Sweet. To interface with it, do I have to be touching it?
You do have to touch it, yes. At least currently. Anything else? Bonus action?
Can I bonus action? Cantrip? According to this?
You sure can.
Let's see. Fitting the Mind Flayer. Is the Mind Flayer on the ground? Oh, 40 feet. I don't know if I can hit that, actually.
He's only grappled. He is not prone. And also, I was wrong. Yeah, that's what you get on the 10, not what I said.
Sweet. Let's see. Cantrips. Let's try this. What's the damage on this? Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Con save. Pew. Fails for 12 points of force. And if you want to, you can shove him deeper down onto the ground while Toto's got him grappled.
I can. It's either that or
Oh,
like.
it's either or. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Alright, excellent. Jumping back up then to the Intellect Devourers. I believe they're all currently dead. They are, but then we get a lair action. The next beam kind of goes wide in a sloppy direction. It doesn't really catch anyone. But it does do some structural damage to the room on the east here. And importantly, more things start to make their way down the stairs.
Oh yeah. Does Ace get extra D4 damage?
He does.
I rolled
You
for
got
it.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
For
Thanks,
being a
Dad.
medium creature.
All
Did you
these
call
things
Gale that?
piling down the stairs, he did. A little weirded out.
Oh, I thought that was Nomad who said that. I mean, my dad is a kobold, so I mean, it makes sense.
And also, a couple, you hear the sounds of things blinking in over in this side room. But that brings us to Flick.
Alright, let's see. Fuck, I have to attack it, otherwise it'll hit me. But no, I'm just gonna shoot the chubby mine. Unfortunately, I don't think I get any bonus from being big and doing this, but oh well.
It's a weapon attack, yeah, but not with Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
Someone save Vasu, please.
No, I'm
so
fine.
I was trying.
16 does land for 15 points of damage.
I hope I get to save Vasu.
I would love that.
I
love it
hope
'cause
you
then
do
I get
dramatically.
to bathe in that thing's blood.
I set it up for you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Flick?
No, I think I'm good.
Alright. Eddie Jamesar is indeed going to throw... Oh, you've already got Bardic, so you're good on concentration there. He's going to throw a Bardic over to Nomad. So Nomad, take a D8 Bardic.
Thank you.
And then he will, seeing that you've got this covered much better than he does, he's going to... Okay, alright, let's see what I can do. It's going to go 10, 20, 30... Oh, no, 25. He's a halfling, I forgot.
Throw something.
He's a mediumling, please.
He's just a little guy.
He's a mediumling.
Where did their speed doesn't decrease from growing?
A 3/4 ling, if you will.
He's a regular person now.
My fistling.
Oh boy, he actually can't get over there. Shit. He dashes to get over... Actually, he'll wait over here so that, you know, he can't get hurt by melee shit. That's him. Vasu. Vasu,
Alright.
I need an intelligence saving throw to try to break this stun. If you want...
Yay.
Some inspiration. You want my inspiration?
I think you know that you
Let's hear what the DM was about to say first. I think it had something to do with rebound points,
Yeah,
probably.
So if you want, you can spend them one at a time and add rebound points to add a d4 to your save. And you can do that
Oh, yeah,
after using inspiration if you want.
That's not going to do shit. If you are willing to offer it, I will try the inspiration
Yeah.
first. Ace.
This is
Thank you.
this is like favorite environment, favorite enemy. I'm doing great.
Alright, so you're
Son
at
of a bitch.
11 right now,
Yeah.
which is currently a fail.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm just
D4?
gonna.
Genius.
I need like a 15, don't I?
You do.
Yeah, I'll flash your genius and you succeed.
Oh, hey, you succeed.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Bless you. Okay, so I save from that. I'm guessing that's at the end of my turn, right?
It is, yeah. So that actually does mean you do get 2 rebound points still.
Oh, excellent. I have rebound points to make an attack action right fucking now.
Hell yeah, fuck him up.
Technically, it has to be after another creature's turn.
It's fine. I'll let Gil go
Yeah.
first.
Alright, Gil, go ahead.
He just wants that blood.
I
Can
want
I-
vengeance before the mind flayer stuns me again.
Can I use my main, one of my attacks to shove Moat out of the fire?
Absolutely. You're big. You're real big.
If
Alright.
you touch me, you do take fire damage, so...
That is true. He does have a mantle of flames up currently.
poke him.
Fair enough. Well, sucks to be you, I guess. Then I'm gonna pull out my big fucking gun.
Fuck
And
yes.
then I'm gonna shoot. I believe in Vasu. I'm gonna shoot Chubby.
Alright. It's like hip firing a cannon into this thing. Oh, Moses. Both of those hit. A couple more d4s. $28 points of damage total as you just blast. Oh shit, that was too much. Fuck.
Oh, he's dead.
Wait, what was he at? Shit, no, now one more. There we go.
And I
Okay.
definitely took 97 from that.
He reels
Saw
back. His entire rib cage exposed, bleeding heavily and stumbling over himself. Barely holding on.
Oh, it's the.
Can I use my rebound point now?
Not yet. I am an artificer.
That's right.
I have
Sorry.
bonus action.
I don't want to assume. I should never assume that anyone's turn is over.
Who's looking the worst out of our group currently?
Vasu?
Vasu, probably.
Yeah,
or
probably
Mo.
me.
You're down to, like,
21 out
what,
of 72.
21? Yeah. Okay.
Lord.
Yeah, I got real
So-
fucked up in that one turn there. Didn't help either.
All right. I'm not gonna heal you. Actually,
Okay.
not that I don't love you. It's just you're actually awake, and I trust you to kill this thing.
Okay.
So bonus action.
I appreciate your faith in me, even if it is ill placed.
I have better heals that I can do on an action instead next turn. I'm gonna have Toto rip this thing's throat out though.
Do it.
Excellent. Fuck him up.
Yeah.
Another d4.
It's big.
10 points
Yeah.
of force damage as he just
That's a
starts
big boy.
tearing into this thing.
Good shit.
That's a good boy.
Alright. Anything else? Alright, that puts him up to a 24, which means he now also gives the int save buff to nearby allies. And actually, he
Now
was the-
can I use my rebound?
I think he was the first person to do it this turn, too, which means it also bumps up, so I should probably have this saved somewhere. Hang on.
And if Pharaoh's gonna fly up, but
Okay, excellent. There we go. Okay, cool.
help buff all of my friends.
Fuck
That's-
yeah.
Now Vasu can make his attack.
Alright, go for it, Vasu. Fuck him up, because he's about to act.
Okay. Nah, I don't think so. Oh, does a 13 hit?
13, let me double check, sorry. Take a rebound point. Goes, no, it slams into chainmail.
Damn it. Advantage on this?
Not that I can think of.
I really wish right now.
You get a whole attack action though, so you get a second attack.
16 hit
16
though, right?
does hit for 11. He's barely hanging on. One more hit and he's guaranteed dead. or
Three
that.
extra fire damage kills him, maybe?
It
And
sure
your
does.
D4 from enlarged.
Yeah, between the
Oh, yeah, that
damage
too.
and enlarge, you just smash this thing into a paste on the table.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, I don't think I can move or anything with it.
Alright. That brings us to the Flayers, who would love to get some stuns back. Let's see how this goes. Two of them get some cones. Okay.
They're dead though, right?
Oh,
no,
one more
there's
down
two over
That's right.
there.
One more down there. Shit. Oh no.
Oh no!
Alright, well, hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your rebound.
We all have
point.
advantage.
You do, because of Gale and the thing, the Fiero. Not the
Fiero?
thing. I'm sorry, he's not
The
a thing.
thing.
The thing.
I'm
My
so
precious
sorry.
boy.
He's a precious boy. So what is the range on this?
Not as precious to Chico, but you know.
Oh, nothing in the world ever could be. Well, this is a 60-foot cone. It's going to take an opportunity, or trigger an opportunity attack from Gale to step back here. So we can get the whole lot of y'all.
That bit.
Oh, it barely survives. 10 points of slashing.
No.
Oh,
D4.
yeah, D4. You need a 3. Coin flip. Oh, son of a bitch. This thing reels back, trying to line up a Mind Blast that would hit literally everyone upstairs. And Gale is having none of that shit. Smashes that thing against the wall. This one didn't get it, so he is going to dash. And he will have to use his bonus action to try to tumble. He's got 20 left. So I need acrobatics from Gale. Versus a 9. Shit.
It's acrobatics, not athletics.
Yeah. It's either acrobatics versus acrobatics or athletics versus athletics. And he chose acrobatics because he's a little better at it. But you're better than him. He is not able to push through you. He tries to slip between your legs to go run down those stairs. And you just kind of kick him back with a foot. And he's already used his action. This guy goes 10, 20, 30. He can only get some of you in this cone. Does it friendly fire?
I don't think they get to choose, do they? I think they do. Or do they
I
not?
think they're immune to each other's stun.
I think so. I'm going to go with that for now, and I'll check it in between. Either way, he can
They
angle it towards
absolutely
the wall.
should be.
Yeah, either
I'm
way.
like a 99% sure.
Yeah.
I've used them before.
Even if not, he can kind of angle it towards the wall. So this is going to hit just Gale and Moat, who both have advantage. Which is good, because that's a fuckload of damage.
Oh, Moat.
Oh no, Moat! You do have rebound points, and this would apply to stun to you, so if you want, you can spend your rebound points on it. Even though you're already stunned.
Okay, so I can't be stunned twice. If I go unconscious, does stun remain?
It does, yes.
Damn it.
But you'll also be unconscious in fire, so...
Oh, this is
There
so
are worse
bad.
things.
These are save or suck, right?
They are, so if you save, you take no damage.
Okay.
Alright, so there's one rebound point.
Hey.
So you're one shy. So if you spin the
No,
second...
he has
No
advantage.
advantage.
Oh, you have advantage. You're good. Okay, so you take no damage, and you are not refreshing stun for 1 rebound point. Sick.
Great shit.
And then
Sucks.
finally downstairs, this thing doesn't know whether... Oh, actually, hang on. This thing is afraid to Mind Blast Toto. It is not going to Mind Blast. It assumes that that will do what the other defenses do. So instead, it is just going to try to fight back. Maybe. Hang on. Can it struggle? It can try to struggle. It's alone. It knows it's alone. Fuck. Yeah, it's going to try to break out of this grapple with acrobatics. So I need athletics from Toto. He is able to break out of it. He's still prone. He has to spend half of his movement to stand up, which means he's only able to get over to about here. And Toto does get an opportunity attack. 17 lands for 11, plus some enlarge. God damn, these fucking fours.
Toto.
Rips a huge chunk out of this thing as he runs towards the brain. That brings us to Nordo.
Okay. You have one more Mind Flayer up here. Does he do anything?
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I didn't see those guys up there.
Bunch of them.
Oh my god,
I did
guys.
not read that as puny, though.
These fucking stun rolls. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's gonna do it. He can hit fucking
Oh
everyone.
god, no.
So everyone.
Me as well, or no?
You're invisible, right?
I mean, he doesn't know I'm there.
Yeah, he doesn't know you're there. You're good. So this is everyone upstairs except for Ace with advantage. Ooh, weak damage. Feels good. Moat's good. Nordo.
Stun.
Ruh-roh.
Vasu's good. Fiero is close, but does take 18 psychic.
Can I use my rebound points to help him?
Sure, why not? He's your pet. No, no.
No.
The second one does it though.
Oh. Oh no, stun.
All right, Nordo, you take 18 points of psychic damage and are stunned,
I do.
which
And I
is a
assume that's
damn
my turn.
shame because it is now also your turn. And because you're large, you're in fire.
I have been listening to this calming music during this entire fight, and it's really
Kind of cathartic.
weird.
I totally lied. I only had 1 rebound point, so I'm gonna have to flash machine this that.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right, Nordo, you're up. You can try to save out of it. It's a DC 15 hit. You make it, and you also
Hey.
get 2 more rebound points.
Well, that's exciting as fuck. I only had 2 to start with. I think. Yeah, you gave it to Vasu just now.
Oh shit! Yep, I sure did. Sorry, everything is enormous all of a sudden.
No worries.
Yeah, so I think we should both have 2.
I think so as well.
I just saved out of
You-
that last turn.
All right.
I'm stressed the fuck out, you guys. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
brings us to Moat. I think that's kind of a
All right.
common feeling
Cool.
here. 8, you take some radiant. 7 points of radiant. You get 2 more rebound points.
At the end of Moat's turn,
Yeah, go for it.
I'd like to spend a rebound point, make an attack action on this mofo.
Fuck him up.
Now, I'm guessing I couldn't do the same thing until initiative rolled around to me again.
You can use your reaction to do the attack as long as you have a reaction. You just can't
I
bump
just
your
did.
whole turn up.
I just did that
Gotcha.
on the creepy mind flayer though after I got unstunned, so I don't think it's rolled around to me again yet.
Correct, right.
I was just making sure.
All right, fuck him up, Nordo. 26 for 13 is good.
Next.
15 just lands for 11. He takes 2 wounds. And another 5 from being big.
That's it for me.
All right, that jumps us down to Ace. Or I'm sorry, that's the top of a new round.
What about Mo? What
Uh,
did he do his
he
turn?
just did his turn, yeah. All right, Flick is first to act unless anybody wants to jump up. Cool, then Flick it is.
I forgot that was an option, and I would like to spend my rebound point to jump up if I can.
All right, Norda spins. I assume you want the very top.
Yep, I'll go first.
All right, Norda's up first.
So I really just want to end this mofo.
How about you, bro? Rebound point?
And then maybe like whip out of the fire.
Yeah,
Still
all
stunned,
of that.
Unfortunately.
So I will continue attacking recklessly on this guy.
All right. $26 for 7 is good. Another 6 on him, 2 more wounds. Another 4 from Big.
And then I will. How does he look bad? Like
looks-
real bad.
He looks pretty bad, and he looks like he's also bleeding out. You're not quite sure if it's going to be enough to finish him, but he looks pretty bad.
Okay. Fuck. I'll do a flurry of blows.
All right.
Do that when you do a rebound thing?
This is his full action. He used.
This is like my
Oh,
turn.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a new round of initiative, so he
Right.
jumped all the way to the
Gotcha.
top. Another 8.
I was-
But you're right. Normally you wouldn't be able to.
okay. I was gonna say if I could, that's very, very good for me to.
Oh, good shit.
Good lord. And another
Oof.
5 from being big. This thing will definitely bleed out on its turn.
Oh, but it's not dead right now.
Not quite.
I
Needed
know.
sweet temporary hit points.
Don't
So
go
riddle
to
me
you.
this. Here, let me just post it.
If it dies from your wounds, will you get the HP?
Okay,
That's what I don't think so.
Unless it's
Because when you reduce creature within 5 feet of you to 0 hit points, so like
Sure.
it's gonna be at 0 hit points later.
you're like, as long as you stay within 5 feet of it, you'll get the credit. But you know, you
Right,
have to
that's
stay
what
within
I
5
want
feet
to
of it.
leave. Do I stay here for 10 temporary hit points? No, I don't. I have to walk away. It's a
Alright.
very bad choice to stay there. So I'm going to start moving through here. I've got 45 feet. I assume I have to do some squeezing. How about you tell me it? You tell me if I need to do anything, or if this works or not. I want to just try to get to Moat and like grab him and pull him with me down into the staircase.
Yeah, so with some squeezing, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or sorry, 40. How much is your movement?
I have 45 feet of movement.
So squeezing the entire way so that you don't take fire damage. Actually, you would skip that step, so that'd be 5, 15.
I'll take the fire damage if I need to.
Okay, that helps a lot then. So 5, 10, 15, 20. You can get to Moat and grab him with 20, and then have 20 left to start shuffling down the stairs with him.
Great. Yep, I will do that.
Alright. So go ahead and... he's not resisting, and you weigh 1,000,000 pounds, so you can just pick him up and pull him out of it. You do take damage from his Mantle of Flames. I think that's just a 5 flat.
Yeah, just flat 5. That's good, because I'm looking terrible. But yeah, I'll grab him and pull him down the stairs with me.
Alright, that gets you here with 5 feet of movement.
Oh
left if you want.
my god. I didn't realize if I scrolled down I could see the bottom floor this entire time. I was all like, oh wow, Feck's being real lazy about showing this underground thing. That's cool. Yeah, I don't think
okay.
you ever pulled the map down.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So that means everyone in the stream also probably thought the same thing.
No, because I've been
No, I
moving
knew
them
it.
up and down.
You didn't move us,
I'm
and
so
that's what
sorry.
matters.
Alright.
I
Move our own selves.
right. As soon as I get to the bottom of the stairs, there's the smell of singeing flesh as Nordo looks fucking real close to dead and like tosses Moat in the water and lays down himself just to cool off.
Excellent. Alright, that brings us to Flick.
Cool. All right. So can I do an acrobatics check to jump over this fire, or can I? So, or because I would have to squeeze through here, right?
So normally, you can either squeeze at half movement and avoid it automatically, or if you want to try to go full speed, you can make an acrobatics check. It's going to be hard, because like you need to squeeze and you're big. But you
Can
try.
you just jump over it?
You can just jump over it, and you're big, which makes you really good at jumping if you want. It's a
Oh,
20-foot
alright.
20-foot ceiling, so there's enough clearance to do that.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Alright. Yeah, I don't think there's a check required. You just make it to these 3 cells.
Okay, cool. I'll attack the stout mind flare.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh my god, 24 points of damage.
Ooh.
You find this tiny thing and just jam your now enormous dagger straight through his chest and kind of pin him to the wall there.
Neat. All right, that's it.
Alright, Vazu.
Okay. 2 things. Well, just from looking at this guy, that he's gonna like bleed out
Oh, yeah.
on his turn.
His eyes are rolling
And-
back. He's in the process of dying.
Okay. Also, does it look like he has a reach weapon? Have I
Um,
noticed him attacking from reach?
they actually don't seem to have any weapons at all. They're just using their tentacles and some biting and a lot of psionics.
All right. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna point at him, and I'm gonna say, "You are already dead." And I'm gonna fly.
Alright, you're able to fly over.
Hopefully not.
Yep, there's...
Hopefully not provoking any mysterious opportunity attacks.
thankfully, his
And then
tentacles
going
are
to-
not quite long enough.
Cool. I'm gonna. Thankfully, my spear is longer than these tentacles, so I'm going to attack this pierced mind flayer here. God damn it!
Oh, it's such a shame. But yeah, critical miss, unfortunately, no good. 17, though, slams in for 9.
Wait. 18 hits him. I need a con save.
Also throw another d4 while he's saving.
Yeah.
No.
So it's 4 damage from being big, and 2 extra fire damage from the spear. Unfortunately, he does make the save. I'm gonna do a flurry and just keep wailing on him.
All right.
Attaboy.
Damn it.
13, no good, unfortunately. 22, though, is great for 8 more.
Give me another con save, bitch.
And that time it fails, it's stunned.
You shall not pass. To continue to make my way downstairs
Excellent.
Get your D4.
because I'm very hurt.
Oh, and yeah, throw another d4 on it, because you're big.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, Eddie is going to look over to Nordo, who looks very fucking injured. And he is going to cast a spell on you. 3 more points on this Mind Flare. Excellent. Nordo, you see this tiny little halfling, who's now just a little bit bigger than he used to be, splash through the water over to you, lay a hand on you, and you go invisible.
Oh,
Ooh.
I like that.
I hope it's greater invisibility.
I ain't know the difference. Zeke does, but Nordo doesn't.
And then he's going to give a bonus action to Moat. Some Bardic to Moat. Hang in there, buddy.
Praise be.
And that'll be Eddie Jamesar, which brings us to Nomad.
Right. So first things first, interact with this guy. My sheet keeps messing up for some reason. Give me a Arcana, yeah?
Uh-huh.
And I'll roll my D8 with that.
Fuck yes. So 28 plus 29. Why is math hard? 57. Okay. You feel this connection strengthening between you and this artifact. You feel these hazy, vague memories of the first time that you touched one of these, and how invasive it was, and how shattering and foreign and alien it was to you. And this time, there's this element of familiarity, of comfort, of power. And you dig in deep and you begin to draw these connections, these lines between these runes, fixing arcane defenses that had been severed with time. And you unlock 3 new perks. First, you have advantage on spell attack rolls. Second, you and all allies within 30 feet of you have resistance to psychic damage. And B, now you can access the Elbart Mind as a bonus action. But since you just used your action to do it, you can also cast a cantrip right now as a bonus action.
Yeah! And I have advantage in spell attack roll.
Sure do.
Let's try this. 15. On this fella
15,
here.
I think, does hit. Yeah, it does hit for 5 points.
Yeah, I think I'm just within range. And I knock him back 10 feet.
All right.
Back to Toto.
Oh no, he goes flying back to Toto. Shit. Alright, that brings us to the Intellect Devourers. We do have some on the map now. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I missed a lair action. So, the lair... another beam wrecks through the hall, and this time, some of it manages to pierce through the floor and down to the basement.
That's bad news.
Just one small bit of it, but it is enough for daylight to suddenly pierce in at this square right here. And as if on cue, as if waiting for this moment, there is suddenly a flash of energy that bursts down right next to this thing, and a creature warps into the room at this spot. Nomad, you recognize it from your brief vision while chewing on the vines about an hour ago. You see this tall mind flare
130.
with extra eyes, bright yellow. These long tentacles that go almost all the way down to its ankles. And it is accompanied.
Oh no, it's got grills with it. Don't like that.
By some friend.
Help. Help. Help.
Help, help, help.
Help.
Can I
help,
use
help.
my Elise on life on Eddie Jamjar spells?
Uh,
It's crazy. Don't let me do it.
No.
It's a really bad idea.
No. Okay, the Intellect Devourers, we're going to start up top. They're just going to have to dash forward. They don't have the movement here. Doo-doo. How fast are these fuckers?
And they just stand in fire, right? Because they love fire.
Totally, they love fire. It's their favorite thing.
Actually, they have to get through fire no matter what to get downstairs.
They do. They're smart enough to kind of not do it until they absolutely have to, but they are going to have to cross 20, 30, 40. This one will actually go ahead. Oh, no, wait, it can't. You can see here. And then the two downstairs. One is going to go for Eddie. The other one is going to go for Nomad. So on Eddie,
What's it want?
it seems to want you.
Jeez.
Unfortunately, it misses Eddie, I believe. No, it sure doesn't. Oh shit. Fuck, Eddie. Eddie, what's wrong with you? Where's your AC? Does he have shield?
What do you think?
I hope he has shield.
He's a
How do you have
bard.
14 AC? How do you have less than 14 AC?
Spoiler alert, Eddie Jamjar has 10 AC.
Holy
Eddie!
shit, that's even less
Jesus.
than
Yule.
Gale normally.
Yeah. Hi, welcome to being Gale for the first 8 levels.
What's your AC
Poor
now?
bastards.
15.
Okay, it's still scary. No!
He
Oh!
saves. Thanks to all y'all. And then the next round of these is going to be on Nomad.
Hmm.
14? I think misses.
No.
Alright, then he doesn't get to follow up, which brings us to Ace.
Had to smack it away with a shield.
Where is the hole in the ground?
So I should definitely highlight that. It is the part where they cross right there, where it's been hit twice.
Gotcha. All right. Well, which of these two mind flayers looks more beat up?
They both look eerily similar.
All right. Well, hold
Pierce
on a
one is
second.
stunned though.
Pierce is stunned.
Gotta see yours truly.
I'm going to back up to here so I'm still in darkness. Move my hunter's mark to this boyo. And attack.
Alright, fire away. $24 for 16 points. Another D4 from enlarge, and then the second attack. Oh boy, another 18. 19. He's still up, but he is reeling. You can see the remnants of these charred vines are starting to trip him up.
I forget. Has Flick ever said that he has Devil Sight or no?
Oh boy, I don't know if he said.
I think it has come up before that he does not have Devil's Sight.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, I came up like a couple sessions ago. I do not.
Okay. Well, I guess he's not going to be enveloped in darkness. So good luck. And then I use the rest of my movement to move. I'll just stay where I'm at.
All right.
I'm down here, Ace.
These things are able to hover, and they're going to do that with a dash.
Disgusting. Get away from here.
These things all begin to float over the fire towards the stairs and Flick and Gale. But I'm not able to attack this turn. Oh, there's some downstairs, though. They can make attacks. They are all going to jump on Nomad.
Uh-oh.
Alright, here we go. All of this is on Nomad.
Hello? Sorry, my screen froze.
You're good. 20 for 3? Or, sorry, 23 for 3, and I need a con save.
Sure. Give me a sec. My screen is all fuckity frick right. Ah, jeez, what's going on here? I can't. Let me refresh my browser.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, browser is refreshing. I'm here.
Welcome back.
Try it. Thank you. So,
3 points of damage, and I need a con save.
yeah, could you take the 3 points of damage off for me on the
Yeah,
thing, and I'll just roll.
Yeah, I'll run
Yeah.
the damage for it if you want to do the con saves.
Sure. The map's loading slow. Here you go. Oh, not good.
Oh, not good. You are poisoned, and while you're poisoned, you are also paralyzed.
Oh no! Does anyone have?
That's bad.
Yeah.
Which means all of these are going to be auto crits.
Oh! Does anyone have inspiration?
I do not.
You have Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, that's true. No, I used it.
Yeah,
That's
he used
correct.
it on one of those Arcana checks.
Alright, then I'm just going to roll a bunch of things. What is your AC?
I've got regular inspiration. If you want to go ahead and try that out.
Sure, I would love that.
Alright, so you're no longer paralyzed. And what's your AC?
Shit!
Oh boy.
My AC is 19.
Okay, then I'm just going to roll all these and we'll do the damage at the end.
I'm gonna give him my last flash.
Oh, excellent.
Oh!
You're good for
thank you.
now, then.
Oh. Christ.
13 miss. 8 miss. 18?
Miss.
Oh my god, what's your AC?
19.
Nice. 22 for 4 points of piercing, but there's no poison on that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that one hits.
And then the last one.
Why am I taking damage? Oh, wait.
Miss and miss. Okay. Boy, that first one could have fucked you real hard. But
It could have if they crit.
Gale to the rescue. That brings
Oh,
us to
thank
Moat. Moat, you can try to save out a stun.
God damn it! What's ID's Bardic?
A D8. 5.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
I will burn a rebound to just pass that and be done with this.
So you can spend them one at a time, adding a D4 each time until you get up to the DC.
I just need a 1 right now.
Oh, right, because you have advantage. Yeah, that's right. So you're good. Okay, you are out. You're free.
After like
And I
4
get
turns.
2 more, right? Because I spent that turn stunned.
You do. Alright.
Fuck me.
The Mind Flayers.
Does one of them bleed to death?
He does. Let's start downstairs. What the fuck? This thing, actually, no, he's still scared. He doesn't want to do it near the machine. So he... he's gonna run over to Eddie. Triggering from Toto. Miss for 5. Oh god. Good. So 14 on Eddie, but he is resistant against it. But he's grappled. Back up top. One is stunned and doesn't do shit. And actually remains stunned until Vasu's next turn. One
Get fucked.
bleeds to death and dies.
And did we determine that I can use Touch of Death?
If you were within 5 feet of it when it died, yes.
When it died.
Right.
Yeah.
This guy does not get his stun back. Oh god, it's just flick. Well, he'll try. Here we go. 17 on flick.
What was this on me? 17 misses?
Okay, excellent. And then he's going to try to use his bonus action to push past you downstairs. So I need an acrobatics check. Versus a 15 from flick. You are not able, or he is not able to push his way past you. And that brings us to Gale, who is very consistent with these ones.
Yeah.
Honestly, impressive, really.
Dynamic initiative's been real great. Real great. I'm glad we switched to it. All right. There's a lot of shit up here, and I'm alone again, basically.
I'm right here.
All right, you blend in with the background.
That's his class.
All right. Well, in that case. I guess I'll just back down the stairs very slightly, and then I'm just going to shoot the Pierce Mind Flayer, because he's...
Fuck yeah, fuck him up. He's stunned. $13 points.
Yeah.
And another 13, and then 2d4. With these massive parting cannon shots, this thing is just thrown back against the wall, barely holding on, clutching his chest.
Then have... God, everyone's so fucked up.
Right?
Pharaoh's gonna go and fly into my breastplate and hang out there for a bit.
Excellent.
And Jodo's gonna do what he's good at. He's gonna go and deal with this mind flip. Again, gonna try and grapple him and pull him off of Eddie.
Oh boy, I don't think it can beat that. It sure can. Easily enough, this thing is able, or Toto is able to just grab this thing, rip him off of Eddie's face, and put him wherever you want him.
Alright, so we forgot a thing last time when we moved him, and it's difficult terrain down here.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
So, after that, he can only really move this thing like 5 feet.
Cool. As part of his move, he can like rotate what he's carrying if he wants to.
Oh yeah, he's swinging this thing as far away as he can.
Fuck yeah, excellent.
How deep is the water down here again, you said?
Only a few inches, but it's the roots under it that make it difficult terrain.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Alright, that brings us to top of the round.
Allow flight.
Yeah, it's like a 20-foot ceiling. There's enough room for a little flight. It's crowded for you because it's so, like, you're giant. Flake is first to act.
May I spend a revive point to go
Absolutely, get
at
in there.
30?
I would also like to do that.
Sure, anyone else?
Not necessarily like at the top
Why
of the
do
round.
I
I just want to
keep
go before the
rolling
collector.
shit?
Alright, Moat and Vasu have been moved up. You're going to take yourselves down a rebound point, and Moat is first to act.
I don't need to necessarily go up to the top. I just want to go like before the collector. I can go after Eddie.
Okay, we'll put you at 24.
Put me at like 20.
Does that take... Sorry, I need to read this. No, that does not take your reaction. Okay, perfect. I will bonus action cast Thunderous Smite, and then I will step up to the Collector. Actually, if I'm large, do I have enough room to get over to the other side of him?
I don't think it increases
Even though
your
it's difficult
speed.
terrain.
Yeah, I don't think it boosts your speed at all.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Hey,
Then I'm just right there.
Retroactive question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You said I can spend either a rebound point to like bump myself up to initiative, or bump myself up on fresh and use it to use my reaction.
Yeah. And you can technically do both on the same turn. You can move your turn up, and then you can later use your reaction to make another attack.
Okay, then instead of bumping myself up on that, but instead before the end of that last turn / initiative, can I just use a rebound point to use my reaction to throw a net at the Collector?
Sure, go for it. And Moat,
Cool.
go ahead and swing on this thing too if you want.
Yeah, and also,
Ideally, I want to throw this net at the Collector before anybody else attacks it, because it might be paralyzed. Or not paralyzed, but restrained.
Okay, excellent. Then yeah, we'll let Vasu go real quick at the end of last round, and then Moat can run up and take advantage of it.
So, is a net, would I just do like a ranged attack?
Yeah, ranged attack at disadvantage because of the range. You also need to be within 15 feet of it, so I actually don't know if you have range.
It's a magic net.
Does it have a
Magic
special...
net, I have, it says magic net 45 HP, no disadvantage when thrown at adjacent enemies. I don't know if there's like additional range at all to that.
Gotcha. Yeah, the normal range of a net is 515. With that said, you're large, so you measure from here, so you're good. You're good. Fire away.
cool.
All right. I'm just gonna roll this because it doesn't have any like magic modifiers on it. I don't know if the net gives it like a +1 for being a magic net.
It doesn't, but 17 is exactly what you needed. This
Excellent.
thing is restrained, which is real shitty for it.
Yeah, get fucked.
Alright, jumping back to the future Moat, this thing is now restrained in the net.
And yeah, I still am
Aye.
gonna spend my other rebound point to bump myself up
Okay.
to attack before it on this turn.
Cool.
Alright, restrained is advantage,
Sure is.
right?
Yep.
That's my favorite news. Okay, so I bonus action to put up the smite, and then I'm just gonna try to hit it.
17 does land. For 13?
18 because mantle is still up,
Excellent.
and then let me get this the
And 17 leaps to summon.
smite in,
Oh, right, the smite.
and then I'm gonna divine smite 2.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Alright, here's the first smite. So that also gets a +5 from my mantle, so that's 6.
Whoop, that's not right.
I don't like that it's still standing.
There we go, okay.
Let me get my divine smite in here, 1 sec.
And it's on fire now.
Oh, that's shitty damage.
That's still another 16 because of the mantle, right?
Yes.
Alright, you just lay into this thing, taking advantage of it while it is trapped in the net. Anything else?
That should be it.
Alright, what the fuck can this thing do? That's not a legendary. Shit. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Alright,
I love hearing that.
flicks up.
Me too.
Oh, are the people with actual good initiative gonna go now? I'm kidding.
Wow.
Alright, did you add the extra full damage from me being big on this guy last time?
No, go and roll a d4.
It was a full.
Oh, nice.
It was a 4. I rolled it.
Excellent, he's still up.
Bastard.
Sorry, I did not roll that
need
d4.
to not make my Q up button my control key, because I keep trying to like scroll and then I zoom in and out and it's real bad.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I can't hit Gale. That'd suck. I'll just go with this and try to kill this guy because I don't like him being alive. I'm actually gonna do this because this sounds more. No, it doesn't. Never mind. This it is.
Ooh, that is plenty more than enough. You eviscerate him.
Hooray. I don't like those things. But don't have much place else to go. So I'll just wait here for a minute.
I think the Pierce one's still stunned.
He is till Vasu's turn.
Welcome to Rogue Warlock. We only get one attack.
Yup. Alright, that jumps us down to Mr. Jamjar.
May I use my reaction and a rebound point to take another attack action
Sure
against this
can.
collector?
You earned all that shit by being crowd controlled.
Let's fuck him up.
I'm gonna try my best. This is still advantage, right?
Sure is restrained from the net.
Oh, close. I'm gonna put another though.
Alright, 17 plus another d4 and a 5. Get the 5 in there from your mantle.
That's 19 on the smite and then 1 on the d4.
Whew. Move. Just bouncing back and going to town on this thing. Begins to hack and cleave. Every time you smack into this, you can feel that you're being met with some sort of psionic resistance. You can see waves of energy that kind of ripple out from each impact. But with these latest strikes, you have started to draw actual blood.
Perfect. I don't have extra attack because sorcerer.
Alright, Jamjar can do this one more time, and he's going to do it, because everyone looks shitty. Everyone down the
Thank
stairs
you, Eddie.
gets some healing.
Crazy.
13 points to everyone downstairs. Can he see anyone upstairs? I'd be able to see Gale too, so that also applies to Gale.
I'm at full health.
Oh, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, he's at
Full health
like
of
9
24.
health.
Yeah, fair. Full-ish. And then he's going to give a Bardic to Moat. Or not Moat, Nomad, because that was scary as shit.
Thank you. That was scary as shit.
And he's going to run from this Intellect Devourer? No, he knows what opportunity attacks are. Vasu's up.
Okay. I'm gonna fly up within range that I can ignore that difficult terrain, right?
Yep.
Cool. I'm gonna just start wailing on this collector that I've got restrained.
28 slams into him for 8 points of piercing. Plus another 6. 12, unfortunately,
13?
no good. 13, also no good.
Damn. I'm gonna flurry.
Alright. Oh, that's a crit.
Excellent.
14 points.
Don't forget a D4s.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
did we all?
2d4 because
2d4.
Nice.
Oh, that's a shame. I am gonna spend another key point to surge some more, which would normally do a fire damage, but since a crit, I think that gets doubled too.
Sure does.
Oh, that's like a mini paladin thing.
Yeah. Got a baby smite.
Baby smite.
For another
You know,
thing.
it's like just a slightly less good fiery smite than most
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah. You do get empowered from Moat Smites, don't you?
Oh yeah,
I think it takes his reaction currently.
and I think it'd also be
Yeah.
within 5 feet
Oh,
when it
right,
happened.
yeah.
I'm attacking from reach, so I don't think that counts. But here's that last unarmed strike.
14.
Maybe?
14, no good, unfortunately.
Probably not.
Yeah. Alright, anything else?
You know what? I don't need key points. I get them back on that kick that hit. I need a con save from him.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm gonna do it.
No, you stop that right now.
If he doesn't do it, I'm gonna do it.
Oh, he wants to live. Okay,
Do you
excellent.
guys just all want to tank monk levels so we can all have stunning strike?
Please no.
Do it.
Don't do it.
Can you do stunning strike on range weapons, or is it only
No,
melee?
It has to be like with a monk attack or with a monk weapon.
Aren't all
can be
weapons monk
It is the
weapons?
monk. It is the
No.
monk weapon, so you can do it with like a sling.
Yeah,
I
so
just
can
don't think you
with a
could do it with
sling
like
or
your cross.
A bow?
With a dagger.
Let me.
I'll
I'm
say
gonna look
with-
it up.
Yeah, with the new monk, instead of just like the standard monk weapons, you can just pick 5 weapons to be your monk weapons. So, and I think they can be any weapons you prefer. Because that's how I have like great axe as a monk weapon.
So,
I am also gonna back up a bit
excellent.
at the end of my.
So, as you do at the end of your turn, you notice that the collector does 2 things. The first is he finally manages to kind of regain his composure, and he uses a lair action to blink out to 30 feet. Here? Yeah, we'll do here.
Can you blink out of the net?
Sure can. Sure can.
That's bullshit. It's a magic net.
It's a misty step.
It's a magic.
Don't matter.
He does take fire damage at the start of his turn because of... oh wait, it's not his turn yet. It's still lair action. The next thing he does is he looks to Giant Nomad and says, "Foolish child, if you wish to live like the livestock, then you shall die like the livestock."
Wait, I'm a child.
Did he say this out loud?
Telepathically, but all of you can hear it. He
Nope.
reaches this long clawed hand up. He tightens it to a fist and pulls down suddenly, and as he does, a beam of purple energy rocks down. It is able to break open one more hole in the floor.
You heard a child monster.
And that is this spot on Moat. So I need a dexterity saving throw from Moat.
I wish these guys would leave me alone.
Right, not my cleric. Stop it.
You're good. You only take half of... no, it's a 4 radiant damage. That's his lair action, and then he gets his real action. Now he takes fire from Moat's Smite. How much is that?
He's just mechanically on fire, so whatever that is, 1d10 I think.
It's usually a D10, yeah. Searing Smite. Start of each turn, it must make a Constitution saving throw. Bing. On a fail, it takes 1d6 fire damage. So it takes a d6. He's going to give me a d6, and then he's going to take his turn. Oh, what do? We have so many delicious options.
That might, I need to go read it, but that might get the 5 from my mantle too, but let me go make sure.
Excellent. Yes, let's start with this. His tentacles begin to wobble. He holds his hands to his head, and he is going to unleash a cone hitting everyone except for Vasu. You all have advantage and resistance to the damage thanks to the Elbrot Mind. But I need intelligence saving throws from Nomad, Moat, Jamjar, Nordo, and Toto?
Oh my god.
How the fuck?
Ooh.
Oh, Nordo.
Nat 20 for 19.
Eddie.
Good lord. Moat, I'm so sorry, but you take 12 psychic damage, and you're back to stun for the moment.
Stop stunning my friend. I
Is he
take
stunned
6
in fire again too?
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
Damn it.
But that brings us to Gale.
Would he target Toto?
Oh, that's right. He would not.
so they seem to be like squeamish about doing that so far.
Yeah, so actually, that would... Can he come over here to not hit Toto and still hit those targets? Yeah, so he would hit Vasu instead of Toto. He'd come around to here. So Vasu, give me an end save instead.
Great, thanks.
Sorry.
It's a very
But
valid
we're also all
point, though.
resistant to psychic damage too, right? So if he failed, it's 12 damage.
Right, yeah, even on a fail, it's 12 damage.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry. I didn't.
You have
Uh,
advantage.
That is
Yeah,
totally
I
valid.
still fucking fail,
That's true.
and I'm like half fucking basically dead again. It's fine.
Don't you have a rebound point?
Nah, you attack. Gale's up.
I spent them trying to do anything even remotely fucking effective with the one turn I actually could in this combat.
Well, now that I feel thoroughly shitty. Um,
This is
fuck
curious.
everything up here.
Our hero. Hi, Gale.
Iron Man Gale in his Arcturus suit just stomping down the stairs.
It's so cool.
Coming to clean up.
10 goddamn feet away. Alright, I'm gonna shoot Collector Asshole.
Oh, yeah.
Woo, boy,
Oh.
fuck him up.
It's almost a crit.
Two shots back to back. This guy reels in the water, nearly tripping over vines.
I'm gonna use an Arcane Jolt to it's 5 points for Moat.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank you. Too.
Was that God?
And that doesn't happen.
It was.
That's my
Actually-
sister.
Oh, gotcha.
Could the Collector get all the way over there?
Let me check its movement. You're right. Difficult terrain. Oh shit, actually no, he's real bad at this, so he would only be able to go to here.
Actually, would have only been able to get over there. Actually, speaking of that, and then I'm gonna have Toto. How bad does Gentle look?
Like maybe 2 really good hits.
Okay, so he's gonna come over there and attack this Rel.
Alright, excellent. Uh, 14 does land for 12 points of force.
And that's as good as it gets.
Alright, 2 Intellect Devourers, 1 on Nomad, 1 on Eddie. Eddie first. Miss. Oh wait, sorry, no hit.
Oh, Eddie, you're 10.
Jesus.
Right. He still looks okay for what it's worth. Well,
That's good.
okay-ish. Yeah, he looks great. Takes none of that. And then on Nomad.
Oh, it's a crit. My nibbler.
10 points of slashing, and then I need an intelligence saving throw.
Sure. There's 10. then an intelligence saving.
You are totally fine. Up top, these things take some damage and start to rush. They have to dash still, and they have to dash through the fire to do it. But two of them come around the corner towards you, Ace, and one comes over to Flick. But they have to dash to do it, so they cannot get any attacks this turn. Brings us to the Grell.
Good. Book that thing.
Grell. Oh, right, they fly. They don't give a shit. These two have to dash to get downstairs. The other one will go for Flick.
He can try.
Could they see me over there from how far away they were?
They could.
You know, you have an intellect devourer. Surely you know they can sense intellects within 300 feet.
Sensing them and knowing their exact. I think it's an action to sense.
So
I think it's just on.
when Toto springs over, these Grells all wrap around to Toto.
No!
But first, let's resolve up top. There's one on Flick. Big old miss on Flick, and then he tries to bite for 6 points of piercing.
That'll go through.
Alright, and then you are also grappled. Oh, no, wait, you're not. Sorry, the tentacles missed. So here we go. These are going to be all on Toto, one at a time. 14? 9, he's immune to poison. 6 more piercing. Number 2.
14's a miss.
Oh, 14's a miss. Just kidding. Then 20 for 6. 12 misses.
Hard to hit now. Yeah!
13 misses.
Love it.
6 misses. 23 for 6. And then the last one. Oh, come on, guys, do your jobs. No, that's a bunch of misses all around. Mind Flayers. This one is no longer stunned because of Vasu. So it is going to try to charge. Fails to charge. Yeah, it's going to run down the stairs, and it doesn't see Nordo. It actually smacks into Nordo, and is going to need to save to see if he fumbles down the stairs. So this thing comes running down the stairs, tries to basically jump down to where Nordo is standing so that he can attack Eddie Jamjar. Hits something invisible in the air, fumbles miserably, and lands prone.
Alright. It was invisible.
Yeah, and this thing seems to not be able to see it. But then Gentle down here.
I can't believe Gentle's still alive.
I can't either, neither can he for that matter. But he doesn't have a cone. Eddie's been healing. Come here, Eddie. There we go.
Oh, Eddie!
It's gonna get through here eventually, one of these days. Only
Half
of us,
psychic
though.
damage.
Yep, only because the resistance. But then he is stunned.
Oh no.
Uh,
Also, before we move on to Nomad's turn, I have a thing I did.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
When the grill attacked me, it did damage. It takes full damage, and then it's flung back 10 feet as my shell talisman glows and just does damage.
Fuck yes, it starts to kind of like tumble and slide down the stairs a little bit. And that brings us to Nomad.
Right. Nomad is like kind of just bleeding. He's got lacerations on him. He puts his hand on the thing. And he's just going to interact with it twice.
You only get once per turn.
According to this. Oh, you cannot. Okay. So what I'm going to do first. I see all these Grell and they're bastards. He's just gonna mind blast everything.
Excellent.
Oh, fuck yes.
That's all the Grells, right? And also the
Let's see.
Gentle and the Intellect Devourer?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's got a range of 25 feet. Yeah, I think I can get everything.
Fuck, man, that fucks up a fuckload of shit. Okay, here we go. What's your DC?
Here we go.
DC
2 of them
17.
get stunned. I'll pick 2 of the grill in front of me. 9 psychic damage if they fail. I feel like the Mind Flayer would be good at that.
Wow,
Oh.
only one of them saved,
One-
so...
Which one was that even?
the one right next to you.
There
That
are
was the
2
one
right
that
next to
gets
him.
Stunned. Yeah. One of them doesn't get stunned.
You can stun a different one if you want.
Oh, okay. I'll stun fucking Gentle if he's.
Yeah, if he fails. So let's do the Mind Flayers next. We got 2 Mind Flayers. Both fail for 9, and you can stun Gentle.
Yeah. And get a bonus action interact with it.
Alright, give me an Arcana check.
And I'll roll a d8. For 21?
You feel your connection growing stronger and stronger. You hear a voice in your head that says, "We're almost there. Just a little longer." And some new things come online. First of all, you and all allies within 30 feet of you recover health at the start of your turn and are immune to stun, including people currently stunned.
Oh, delicious.
The next thing is that all enemies have disadvantage on saving throws against you.
Jesus.
Oh, good
Against
shit.
nomads? Okay, got it.
Yeah, that one is
That
Nomad
is
specific.
exciting.
Alright, that is you on to Ace.
Alrighty. This doesn't look so good. Even if I disengage, getting past them would still be like a check, right?
Yeah, you'd have to use a bonus action to either acrobatics or athletics past them.
Have I seen them do any physical attacks before?
Yeah, so they seem to latch on with their tentacles and try to like stun you for a second, and then they try to take over your brain.
I see. Alright. Well, I probably should start moving downstairs, so I'm going to try to get past these 2 people.
Alright, you can either use athletics or acrobatics. Your choice.
Unless I can like squeeze around them this way.
Sorry to just jump in really quick. I think that the rule is if you're 2 size classes larger than the creature,
Yeah,
and
you're
he's
large.
medium right now.
You're good, so you get to go right over him. You don't give a shit.
I am
You're
medium.
medium.
Yeah, but they're tiny.
They're tiny.
Okay, so I can just like walk past them then?
Yeah, you don't give a shit. They're gonna take opportunity attacks, but you know, you can disengage.
Oh, I can bonus action disengage. I'm a fucking rogue.
Then yeah, you bounce the fuck out of there.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then might as well just fucking main action dash downstairs and get to safety.
Alright. Also you can step over the prone Mind Flayer easy enough.
Yeah, so I don't know how many movement that is. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just say, let's go this way actually. I think 6 can get me here.
Excellent.
And I'm a ranger, so rough terrain means nothing to me.
Correct. Alright. That brings us to Nordo.
2d6 healing, right?
2d6 healing.
Cool. And I'm invisible. So that's fun.
We're gonna molest.
That's
With
the
your
question. Who shall I molest with my axe? Well, being invisible makes me immune to opportunity attacks, so that's pretty fucking hot. Boy, Nordo sees a lot of targets and a lot of people in trouble, including Eddie James are having his brain eaten.
It's okay, that one's stunned right now.
Yeah, mostly he sees who is clearly and obviously the big boss of this situation, hungrily looking at Nomad, tapping into that brain thing. So Nordo's just gonna run for the collector.
Alright, you're invisible. The Grells do take opportunity attacks.
Ruh-roh.
One of the grills are. At least this one
Quick
here.
question. because I was kind of saltily spacing out.
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh, you're breaking up on Discord.
You're not coming through at all on Discord.
So I didn't hear the response.
And oh balls, this is difficult terrain, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have Step of the Wind
I
yet?
was gonna
think
say, if you can
throw it.
walk on water, you would ignore it.
I can't walk on water. I mean, I could spin Step of the Wind, but then I don't need it anyway. Can I? There's rules about like leaping over difficult terrain, but then landing in difficult terrain too, right?
Yeah, if you land in difficult terrain, you have to make an acrobatics check or land prone.
Okay. I'm gonna try that. So just with movement, I can get here with a leap, but it requires landing in difficult terrain. So I'll make an acrobatics check.
All right, I think it's only a DC 10.
Spoiler alert: I have no dex.
God.
Sorry, taking forever. Roll 20.
You do
Oh,
land
no.
prone right there with a splash.
Amazing.
Okay,
Okay.
no one sees you.
Well, that's all my movement. So I will use Step of the Wind to literally stand up. And I will begin swinging on this guy.
All right.
I assume the first attack has advantage because I'm invisible. I don't know if I'm going to remain invisible. Neither does Nordo.
So you take the first swing, you slam into him with advantage, and you remain invisible.
Outstanding.
Oh, actually, pending this. Yeah, you remain invisible.
Right.
18 for 7.
And
Oh no. No, not that. Not like this. Okay, he'll burn his first legendary.
Oh.
second attack.
Another 12.
And another stunning strike. With my last key point.
Oh, son of a bitch. 2 legendaries gone.
Running through him. And then I'll use the rest of my movement to just kind of wheel around behind him. Still invisible, presumably.
All right, sounds good. And that brings us to top of the round.
You said that we lost the stun, right?
You did. You're no longer stunned.
Sick.
These rerolls for me, I am rolling real shit. Everything's under 10.
Kills.
If I may, I will go ahead and bump myself when it comes to it.
Hell yeah, fuck it up. Up to 30.
May.
Do you want
Yes,
to
please, sorry.
you? Oh, you're already at the top. Fuck that. All right.
He's saying yes, you may.
Moat.
Cool. All right. So that space that Norda just stepped out of starts to kind of like smoke up and simmer, and then it ignites for just a second. And with my bonus action, I will Misty Step right up to this collector, and then I'm just gonna try to fuck him up. He's not stunned, right?
Correct. 14, unfortunately, he stops it with the psionic force and holds your sword in place.
While he's trying to hold me back, we'll use my reaction, if I may.
Oh, no!
Or not that one. Not that one. The Calling Blade.
Then, yeah, that lands for 18 after the mantle.
18 after the mantle, and here come that Divine Smite.
Anger Enlarge.
So 21 off the Smite. And 3 off the Enlarge.
As you swing the second time, you slam your sword down. Have you seen the fucking cinematic from the Warhammer universe?
I haven't,
Fuck.
but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll send it later. But there's a scene where somebody tries to force a dagger through a psionic shield, and all at once the dagger just slams through. Blood sprays everywhere, and one of these long tentacles is severed and slops down to the ground, splashing in the water.
Tight. That is bonus action, and with my leftover movement, I will just slide around like Naruto to make space if people need to get up to him.
Alright, that brings us to Vasu.
Room and then lock eyes. With the collector. Fly over. Head.
The 14 slams in, and because of the enlarge bumping it up to a 17, you punch a burning cavity in this thing's chest, and it lets out a long, kind of surprised gasp, and sloughs to the ground.
Making the one-liner even better.
Maybe hopefully.
Oh yeah, did you heal yourself to a d6?
Alright, while he's doing that, Eddie Jamjar, oh boy, is going to take the dodge action. He doesn't have a lot of options here. Collecting dead as fuck, sort of, maybe.
I think Vasu's got a couple more attacks on the girls.
Just kidding. Fuck him up. Vasu just goes on a rampage, soaking in that bloodbath. Oh, he wants so badly. Ace is up.
Quick question.
Yes.
I can't really tell where I'm at on the map right now. Am I adjacent to this guy or not?
So you take up 3 tiles, and yeah, so he would be...
I do not, because I am medium.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, you are here, and he is here. So yes, you're adjacent.
If I attack a different enemy who's not him with a ranged attack, do I still have disadvantage?
Yes, you do, correct.
But he's stunned.
So it'd cancel out. Regular attack.
Also, is this guy adjacent to Gale? Because Gale's huge, I can't really tell what Gale's taking up.
No, he's, where his foot is the bottom left hex he's in.
That's just gay. Alright. Oh well, I'll try it anyways. I'm going to mark this guy, because he's next to my bro. And then I'm going to attack him. And it should just cancel out to be normal, and then I still get sneak attack because he's adjacent.
Yep. Oh boy. 12, 21, 25, 35.
Is he dead?
Not quite yet.
Where's your sneak?
That should have been in there. It's the 9 was sneak
Gotcha.
and yeah, all that stuff.
And the 14 if critical hit. Oh, that's all of it.
Oh, give me 2d4 for enlarge. And while you're doing that,
Okay.
Nordo.
Okay.
Well, that's 1d4. That's a second d4. And that's my second attack, which I'm assuming misses.
It does, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, no, 13 hits, and that kills him.
You fucking dead. Oh, that's all. We're good.
Nice shot.
I did my job. Thumbs up. Also, am I in darkness or no?
No, everything in here is bathed in dim light.
I don't like that at all. But that's my turn.
Alright, Nordo.
So Nordo doesn't learn. So I'm gonna get running as fast as I can, trudge 10 feet using 20 feet of movement, and then attempt to jump an additional 25 feet, landing right here. And I'll make an acrobatics check.
Go for it.
Boy, roll 20 is so slow.
Yeah, it's been real bad the past few weeks. You're fine.
Alright, then I'll start wailing on this growl.
Ooh.
I missed one of my actual attacks in there. Oh, there it is.
And then 44 from enlarge.
Oh, right.
Spoiler alert, don't roll all ones. Hey, smash this thing into a pole.
I get some sweet, sweet pulp on me. And that's the end of my turn.
Alright, these grills are not having any luck with Toto, so they're going to come over here. One on Nomad, one on Nordo. Toto can take an opportunity attack.
I am invisible.
You are, correct.
Oh, right, they don't care about that.
But I think those both miss you anyway.
They do.
14 does slam into this thing for 10 force damage, and another d4 from enlarge. Meanwhile, on Nomad... God, consistently rolling 4s on the enlarge. And Nomad.
Oh, did they hit me?
9 and 16 both miss, I think.
Yeah, they both missed.
Alright, these are going to go to Ace.
I don't like that at all.
9 and 5 both miss. 10 and 15.
Those also both miss.
Alright, the flares, one is stunned, the other one tries to get his thing back. And does. He's going to fire a desperate last-ditch cone.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, this is going to hit a lot of people.
Stop it.
That's real bad.
So yeah,
He
this-
can't
roll.
hit me. Ha ha.
y'all have advantage, and you're immune to the stun even if you fail, and resistant to the psychic damage, but here we go. I need everyone downstairs to give me an intelligence saving throw.
Even me? It looks like I'm outside of his cone.
Yeah, actually you would be. Yep.
Ha ha.
So 14 if you fail, 28 if you fail. Nope, resistant. 14 if you fail, 7 if you succeed. Or none if you succeed. And that's all he can do. Brings us to Flick.
There's a grill up here. He'd probably attack me on his turn.
Sure does. He runs over and attacks you. I thought I did. Oh, no, that was last turn. Just kidding. 7 and 20? I think the 20 might hit.
20 hits, but he takes 4 more damage and gets flung back 10 more feet.
He hasn't learned. All right, now it's back to you.
Is that save for half damage
No,
or save
save
for
or
no
set.
damage?
So if you succeed, you take nothing.
That feathery.
You have to heal yourself to start your turn.
Not Flick. He's not downstairs.
Oh. Not that. Get your tush down here.
Now he's downstairs.
Hey, stab that guy.
All right. Any attack or anything, Flick? He might actually be AFK for a second because Food just got here. So we'll jump over to Nomad.
No, wait, I'm
Oh,
here.
he's here. He's here.
I was using the wrong button because I switched my Q button.
Gotcha.
Anyway, I'm gonna attack this guy.
Fuck him up. Oh no, 11's no good.
I hate him.
Alright, that brings us to Nomad.
I was gonna do a really cool thing where I kicked him down the stairs too. Oh,
I
well.
believe in it.
It's really cool in
One
my
day.
imagination.
It's 23.
As you connect to this thing one more time, you feel this bond form between you. You find yourself in the interior core. And for a brief moment, you can see that this woman is just kind of a normal human woman. She has fleshy skin. Her hair is sort of a light brunette. Her eyes are green. And she looks at you and says, "Quickly, now's the time." And you have unlocked a few final abilities.
Let's see. Oh my god! I'll enter the favorite castles for half the mana cost anytime you're in LA. They said determine that for healing, you can use the maximum value of the effect. Oh, let me roll for healing!
Yeah, get
So-
yourself 2d6.
It's just 12 now, right?
It is just 12 now, yeah, you're right. So 12 points of
Casting
healing.
spells does not cost you mana?
Oh!
Can we just live here?
Can I? Oh, I probably have to leave it eventually.
I wish that we could, but we are in danger. The defense matrix will push them back for now, but they will return.
Okay. I activate displacement defense matrix.
All right.
Next turn.
You can do it this turn, because you do it as a bonus action.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
You guys watch as Nomad is lifted off of the ground. His skin begins to glow bright white. Everything goes silent for a moment, and then there is just this shockwave of force that ripples out from the Elbrat mind from him. Up the stairs, through the holes in the ceiling, rock begins to clatter down all around you. And as this wave pulses out, you do see that Nomad himself takes
500 damage.
500 damage.
Just dies.
50 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh.
He's unconscious.
But then, as he slumps to unconsciousness, you watch as every other aberration in here is instantly evaporated. There are a few tense moments of silence, and then a loud thud and a crash and an explosion. This brilliant purple light from above you, peeking in through the holes in the ceiling. The sounds of metal being flung in all different directions. Different forms of apparatus powering down suddenly. Towers crumbling outside, foliage being blown back by an explosive force. And
I stabilize him.
you run over quickly to stabilize him. You can see
He'll
that
start my turn anyway.
his skin has turned this
All
pallid white. You can see that there are burn marks all along the surface of it, leaving these strange mathematical fractal patterns that run from his fingertips up to his shoulders. But you're able to stabilize him long enough to find proper medical healing.
Yeah, I can throw some healing on him if he needs medical healing. Unless the orb is just healing him still.
As all of this chaos is going on, there is a faint voice. It says, "He will be okay. I must go before they return, and you should do the same. I'll find you in Arcturus. Thank you." And there is a sudden blip of energy, and the artifact disappears.
I'm going to throw a healing spirit on top of him. That was. Why did it say 0? It should be more than that.
You don't say.
He gets 0 healing. What is it? Should be. I have 4 healings with it, so he gets just 4d6.
Are the healings here still maxed? Or not while the artifact's gone?
She will stick around long enough for you guys to capitalize on that. So actually, if you just wait here for about a minute, you will all get back to full health.
I like
Okay.
that plan.
Yep, I like it.
I like that. Well, this room's neat. I miss everything, but you know.
You were in it for a moment to, like, touch the mind.
Oh right, forgot about that because weird shit.
I go to start looting the collector if there's anything left.
I will help you investigate his body. It's my thing.
You find robes. You find chainmail. Let me see. What else do you find? Somebody give me a luck check.
I'm gonna do it. Nice.
13.
Oh.
13 is a very lucky number.
I've heard. So I've heard.
Like to loot the rest of my players. So I think they all have chainmail shirts. Those are kind of expensive.
How many Rod of the Pack Keepers are there?
Okay, you little fucker, you just got one of those.
I
Calm
finally
down.
gave you one.
I can't use it. Oh, well, Ace can't use it. This is for you, Flick. Stop being a shit. You're the only warlock
I
in this
mean-
party.
I already got one in the other campaign. I don't need one in both.
Already? It took me like a year to get one.
If you don't bug the DM about it every session,
Oh, I
they
just joke
tend to
about it.
give you shit.
I never expected him to ever give it to me. I'm just waiting for my book to become active.
I didn't want to say it, but you probably would have gotten one if you didn't ask every session. But you have it for the gauntlet. I'm really, really excited about this.
Oh, I'm
gauntlet.
excited for the gauntlet too. Also, my headset died. Brad, you said I've been, and then it just cut out until you said gauntlet. So I have no idea what you just said.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Perfect.
The first thing that you find where his body once was and has long since been dissolved away is a necklace that actually doesn't look too dissimilar to the one Flick is wearing, but it is dissimilar. It appears to be sort of a nautilus shape, but it is this dark, kind of quartz-like purplish pink material. It hums a little as you move it around.
I eat it.
You eat it. It tastes like rock. It tastes like quartz.
Delicious.
You find that the cloak is a cloak of Dimension Door. It's very similar to the fuck is it called?
Cape of the Mountebank.
Camp of the Mountebank, but without the ashy thing. It just lets you cast Dimension Door once a day. It does not require attunement.
I would love that. I could move around and kill everything.
See, I've got to keep my magic items the same on all my characters, so I remember what I have.
Right.
I think I'm down to like one character now. Now that you've killed our campaign, Zeke, because you had a baby.
That campaign is about to hit its highest stride yet, and then die.
Also, just write it down on your sheet.
That too.
Yeah, but that requires me to look at my sheet, man.
My other character has so many items that it's unreal. I can't even keep track of them all.
Yeah. First foray into DMing. You gave your
Well,
players
the thing was-
way too many magic items.
You gave us a lot of low level items.
Oh, yeah, like early on in the campaign, I was like, I want them to have all the things.
I appreciate it.
Fun things.
Like your dagger of warning that you used until like 2 sessions
I don't
ago.
have it anymore. I gave it to Mustard's sister.
And then
So now we can be surprised.
I need somebody to give me a D3. Oh. You find that staying behind while the rest of his body has been disintegrated is this skull. This strange, peculiar Mind Flayer skull that has 2 extra sockets for 2 extra eyes. And as you move it around, it gives off a hum, almost like you would expect from some sort of a magical item. It has this faint vibration, It seems to almost float in place as if resisting gravity to some degree.
Oh, another skull. Do you mind?
Oh, Nomad, it's like your thing.
When you reach down and touch that, who touches it? Somebody call it.
Nomad.
Me?
Uh,
The only one who touches skulls.
nothing weird happens when Nomad touches it. Somebody else touch it.
I would probably pick it up because I'm right next to it.
Here, do you want to try it?
Yeah, so you kind of look this all over, and then Nomad, you hand it to Ace. As soon as you hand this skull to Ace, Ace goes invisible to you, Nomad.
I die.
Where'd you go?
Ooh, I'm over here. Can
Where?
everyone else see me?
Yeah.
Or it's just not Nomad?
Yeah, everyone else can see you.
I'm right here, Nomad.
Can I hear him?
Caw.
Can I hear or just not see? Hello?
Yeah,
Gotta stay.
you still don't see him. As long as he is
How
holding
about,
on to
how about
Hear me.
hearing?
Can you hear him?
Hearing.
Oh, you can hear him just fine, yeah.
Oh, I can hear you. Where are you?
Does this make me invisible to aberrations? That would make me so happy.
Does.
I put it on my head as a hat.
But I can never see you again.
Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for the ones we love.
Oh.
I'm kidding. Here, hold on to it. I mean, put your hands out.
Puts his hands up.
I just give it to you. Okay, hold on to this for now.
As soon as he hands it back, he becomes visible again.
I wonder what we can do with this. I'm going to identify these items when we get back to the ship,
Easy.
but we have to. Yeah, I don't know what we gained from this adventure.
Probably a
think-
level.
Maybe. Sounds great.
I think we sent your white woman talk to us. Sounds like maybe she was trapped here or something. So
Yeah, now we can go to Arcturus after the God Shell or something.
So
Right,
it seems
so-
like she fed off of us in some way, shape, or form. But also, Nomad,
Heal.
I've been thinking kind of what she said and what I felt. You have all these memories of people. Do you think that you got them from the artifact, these memories of the dead?
Yes. It was explained that the artifact held their entire history, everyone's hopes and dreams, all their maybe mine.
It's not just their people, though, is it not? I mean, we saw people who, I mean, I guess, who are their people? I saw my mom. We all saw a few different people, and after you touched a different artifact, you were able to see visions of various people who have died. Is it not all people? Maybe they're trapped. I mean, this is also a temple to the god of death, is it not?
It is possible.
So there's clearly a connection between these artifacts and death and people who die.
I wanted more answer, and then he picks up one of the dead mind flayers by the throat, kind of just lifts it up.
Can you not eat their brain? Or does it not work like that?
Not right now.
You are looking a little pudgy. You just ate.
I do eat once a week. I am getting fat.
It's okay. You've been working out a lot.
Thank you. I will keep one of these heads, perhaps, for answers.
Should we keep... Is the collector's brain still intact, or did it completely dissolve away?
Everything in here seemed to take necrotic damage, dissolve into dust, and get kind of blown
Oh,
away.
they're all gone.
Even the stuff upstairs?
Um,
That already had died?
going upstairs, I guess somebody give me a luck check.
Can I do it?
Sure. Do they leave their gear with them?
They do seem to leave their clothing
15.
behind. It seems to dissolve their body. And then somebody give me an investigation check.
I'll do it because I have a spyglass and it's my whole thing.
I'll do it too. 'Cause I'm looking.
27!
The two of you, determined to find a meal left in all of this, do discover that up top there is a boulder that has been kind of blown at an awkward angle by that TNT that Vasu threw. And underneath that boulder appears to be a semi-preserved top half of a mind flayer, enough that you could potentially use it as a snack.
Excellent.
Perfect.
This is
Thanks,
like
Bob.
cannibalism.
Thank you, Vasu. Your dynamite really came in handy.
How long do we
Crushed
stay
one,
enlarged?
It's a
An
minute.
hour.
Oh, is it an
Okay.
hour? What?
Yeah, but Gail, how did you do that? You ate some stones and affected everyone? How did you do that?
I say I didn't know you could eat the stones. I'll have to try some out in the cook and see if we can make some potions or something.
I wouldn't advise it. It hurts pretty bad.
Oh, do you need medical assistance?
Also, Gail, is your bar
usually-
like gigantic?
Everyone's is because you're all big.
Oh, okay. But this is like gigantic compared to everyone's even.
He's sized up an extra category than we are.
yeah, because of my
Did you? I thought you were
Yeah.
as you became medium. Oh, does your armor make you huge already?
my armor makes me medium, and then the enlarged made me large.
But isn't
I'm as big as Nordo and everybody else.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like compared to Nordo, your bar is
So,
gigantic.
From a
Well, his
tech-
original one is smaller.
Exactly. It's because his original sprite is so small, so getting him up to this size made his bar really big.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why his name is also bigger.
I'm actually only as big as Nordo, but
Oh, I'm
I have a bigger
tiny
nameplate
still.
because I'm
This
more
is
important.
sad.
It's the biggest you've ever been.
I
Uh-oh,
can-
there's an
I can keep
intellect
this up
devourer that's
for-
still alive.
I can keep this up for about an hour if we want. Otherwise, I can just nap.
I think napping would benefit you at this point. You
Yeah,
need
little
2 days.
Dragon, you need a rest, I think. You.
I hate to be that guy, but can we hold off on the rest until we get out of here? I mean, shit, those
Yeah.
mind flayers
No,
are gonna
we
come
are
back.
going.
Yeah, I'm with Roz.
No,
we are
yeah,
going.
we.
Also,
Yeah,
should
not
we take those eucalyptus things with us, or should we
Keep
leave
trying.
them?
Couldn't hurt, I suppose.
Yeah, he's going to take the rare flower out of the little container he had with the soil, and he's gonna try and plant one of those in place.
So you guys go back up to where those weird eucalyptus things were on the wall, and you find that they're made some sort of like lead or metal or something like that. But they're easy to rip down with one of the stronger members. You're able to collect 18 eucalyptus pods.
Let's see if we can plant these.
Ooh, we can plant them on the ship.
With that said, you are able to, unless there's anything else you want to do here before you leave,
What time of day is it?
about 3 in the afternoon. That was a fuckload of combat. It was a gruel. It was very long, out of character. In character, this whole excursion has only taken you about an hour.
Fucking penis on did this to us.
Do we want to wait until night so maybe I can? Is this considered a civil, like a settlement
It used to
for
be a
my
city,
my
sure.
for my whispering with the cities or whatever?
Sure, you imagine it would probably work. You were able to speak with like those runes down in the Underdark. This seems at least as
Yeah.
much a city as those were.
Should we stay here and ask more questions? I mean, obviously we have
Absolutely
no
not.
idea
No,
what
we,
this artifact
no.
is.
the white woman told us we needed to leave right away. There'll be
Yeah.
more of them coming.
We
How
can come
much?
back
How
later.
much do we trust the white woman though?
Not at all.
I mean, she
don't know
just
how-
did a bunch of weird magic-y shit that saved our lives, probably. But
Saved her life.
I mean, both.
That's all not to mention that we're also on a bit of a time crunch to go save Cal and Chelsea and left a whole band of orcs waiting at the beach for us.
Very
We
true.
can always come back here later.
We won't, but okay. But yeah, we
I-
should head up then.
I dropped the mobility suit so that I'm only medium, and I'm gonna get to Toto, and he's just gonna carry me the rest of the way.
Yeah, he allows you to just kind of slump across his back. He gives this little metallic whine. He's very concerned for you. He's happy to see that you're still okay. But he trudges through the rain and the mud, kind of happily toting you on his back.
And that was kind of what my hand raise was for as that's happening. Nordo kind of slows up from the rest of the group to walk next to Toto and Gale. Hey, little dragon, you fought bravely back there. You saved all of our skin.
No, I didn't really do much.
Listen, that ain't true, and you know it ain't true. And well, if I've I mean, I heard what you said, and I'm sorry if I ever treat you like you ain't a fierce warrior like you are. You fight just as good as the rest of us.
I don't feel like I do.
I
It could be because I can't feel my other leg.
That could be. I ain't never had only one leg, so I don't know about that. But when I first met you, you looked like, well, look, I grew up in an orc war band. Little guy like you, one missing leg, wouldn't have thought nothing of him. Probably would have put him down. But you've surprised me each and every turn of this here journey we've been on. You're one of the strongest of us all. You ain't got nothing to be embarrassed or ashamed about.
Thanks, Nardo.
Although for the time being, you should take it easy. At the moment, you are pretty weak.
Vomit some shards of stone.
Tota stops for a moment and kind of sniffs them. And...
No, bad dog. Do not even think about it.
He ducks his head and carries on.
Danger.
After a short walk through the rain and the mud, the first thing that you notice when you get outside is this massive wreckage of this enormous non-alloyed ship, smoldering, billowing out this black smoke. Bits of this bizarre metal, bits of purple. It looks like there's even some organic bits. You can still see that there are these massive tentacles that are still slowly writhing in place, like octopus with soy sauce on it. But as you pass by that first one, you're surprised to find about a half a mile later towards the beach, another one that has crashed in the forest. And then about another three quarters of a mile beyond that, a third ship that had been apparently shot down from the sky and destroyed.
God damn.
I don't know how everybody's feeling, but I think I might stop focusing on this spell.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, of course.
That's probably for the best.
This entire time, Ace is like sitting on Nomad's shoulders and just like hugging his head, but they're both bigger, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna let us all get smaller again so that we're hopefully less easily spotted.
So, guys, it turns out that Joker might actually be my father.
Don't
that
bring
idea.
this up
Like,
again.
I was
Yeah,
joking when I said it before, but when I touched the orb, my mom pretty much described him. And so I guess I'm like half kobold or something.
Don't listen to that orb. All of that orb is bullshit. It's just a trick designed to like mess with your heads and get you to touch it.
And then heal them.
You know, regardless of that, Gale, it's just, I don't know.
It's just not
never
genetically
really-
possible, though.
I've never really known anything about my parents, so it's just nice to know at least something, even if it's not even real.
Genetically, no. Magically, technologically, psychically, yes.
Actually, do I know if it's genetically possible, Feck? I know you said BRB and you're listening.
Give me a medicine check.
Medicine check with advantage because humanoids?
Sure. Yeah, that's what the class does.
Fuck check.
Yeah, dude, you're a Kenku. You would know that for one reason or another, Kuatoa, Kenku, and Kobolds, the three children of Corlin, are occasionally able to produce hybrids.
I mean, it's possible,
Well,
honestly, and I've had visions of what seem to be leading to Joker, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, like I'm taking it with a grain of salt, but
Besides
mean-
all that, I can prove that it was real. And he reaches out and gets his piece of paper that she just gave him, and says, look, even if it was all just a ruse or whatever, and the vision she showed me was fake, and this piece of paper is just something she came up with. Well, that can't be the case, because way back when, weeks and weeks ago, when we were fighting in the dwarf giant palace, and I was just about on the brink of death and having all sorts of strange fever dreams, I thought. And I had a vision of being beside a little pool and a little note tacked to the side of a tree. And then she sent me on a vision to the same place and saw the same thing. There ain't no way she could have known what happened to me all weeks ago. I'd never touched anything before then.
I mean, there is a chance you could have just used our own memories. I'm not trying to say that's not possible, but I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I've never known anything about my parents. So even if it's not real, it still gives me some hope, you know?
I don't know how much I have to control hypotheses, but I'm real happy for you guys that you saw like at least like bittersweet things. I think I might have literally gone to hell.
I went to my own personal hell, which was like, where I'm from. But like,
Oh.
I don't know. Also, apparently my mom, according to the gods, is just like ugly. But that's fine.
I made a sandcastle with my dead brother. Does that count?
Did you say you went to hell?
Yeah, there was like fire and lava and ash everywhere, and I saw these like horrible people that looked like emaciated zombies, and then one of them looked at me for a bit, and then it soaked into me. I think I absorbed it or something. I don't know. It was really traumatizing, if I gotta be honest. Anybody
That
got any
doesn't
coffee?
sound
I just go give
nothing
him a
like
hug.
Where's
I have
Shu?
Castle
I
with
have
your
some
dead
like
brother.
dream. Yeah. Also, before we talk about the dead brother thing, if you want, I have some Knights of the Distant Lands. If you just want to chill out, Pasu, I have you can smoke some of that. But what was that about, Flick? You said your deceased brother.
Yeah, I just built a sandcastle with him. He's been gone for a long time. I would know this, but I don't know if he was that old when he died or if he was younger. He was just a kid, though. I lied to him what my name was, so that was fun.
What would you say your name was?
I mean, that doesn't really matter, does it? I just told him it wasn't Blake.
Oh, I'm just curious because I have like 1,000 names through all my characters. All my characters have too many names. Strange name.
Yep, it's Kinku.
Oh,
Flick just sips fucking Long Island iced tea. Too much.
Flick just always has tropical beverages in his hand.
just in case.
Gale passes out.
I think he is dying.
Can I make some type of check on myself to like see any features that may be kink or kobold?
You can, but real quick before you do, Gale, as you drift off out of consciousness and eventually just pass out from exhaustion and weariness.
Hey, before you finish this sentence, if you force me to have touched that orb through this dream sequence.
No, absolutely not. You just have a pleasant dream. You remember being little, kind of growing up in the caves, and the giant underground establishment, wandering the city walls for the first time, marveling in how enormous everything was, the way the river cuts through, the way when people visit from far away, they open the gate long enough to let the storm winds blow through, and you can feel the cold for the first time, and everybody rushes indoors because it's too cold. You remember kind of going on trips with all of your brothers and sisters, the whole gaggle of you, and just feeling this sense of warmth, of home, of safety. Distant, very far away, but at the moment, present. But you don't get any rest or anything like that. Nothing crazy.
I just didn't want to start seeing my dead parents again or anything.
No. As far as you can tell when you wake up, it's hazy. It feels like a normal dream as best as you can remember.
All right.
At least so far, nothing magical or supernatural has happened while you sleep. Anyway, Nordo.
That was from way earlier. That's done.
Gotcha. Nomad.
Yeah, I wanted to collect everything in the temple.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
Sure. You gather like
I will help him.
All the clothing. I assume you get all of those eucalyptus things down off the walls. Is
All
there
the
anything-
lead, the cubes of lead that haven't been destroyed.
Sure. Do you have a way to transport those? Because lead is heavy as fuck.
I'm massive.
I've got a bag
part
of
of the way.
holding.
Oh, so I'm gonna go do some basic math. 4-foot cube of lead.
We only get a little bit of the way before we're unmassive, but you know.
Spoiler alert, 4 foot cube of lead, there's no way we're carrying that even large.
So
Ah,
that's
well-
so much.
We'll chop it in half. It's fine. That's
We also
free,
can't
free lead
spare
powder.
like a pound on our ship. Oh no, we're good with that now.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we don't
Kobolds
have
are.
to go-
We got rid of the
Now we have a
kobolds
bunch
and
of
all the
orcs.
gold. Now we
Yeah.
have a bunch of orcs, but they're gonna take that null. Oh no, the null ship is fucked. Well,
You can
troubling.
take one of these nautiloids.
Yeah. If we had more time, I'd like to explore one of the nautiloids and figure stuff out. But you know,
Say, can we take one of those and fly around in it?
right? I've
Uh,
never flown one.
So 4-foot cube of lead, roughly 25,000 pounds.
Sweet. Let's have it. It should be fine.
25,000 pounds. What's something else that weighs 25,000 pounds?
Like an
Car?
elephant, maybe?
Like
Bet it's
25
more.
elephants.
The first floor of a parking garage with cars in it.
A
An
semi-trailer
African
truck.
bush elephant weighs 13,000 pounds. So it's like 2 elephants.
Wait, really?
An African bush elephant, 13,000
What?
pounds.
Okay.
Asian elephant, an Asian elephant is 8,800 pounds. And then an African forest elephant is 6,000. So the African bush elephants are like the really big ones you see with the gigantic ears.
So anyway,
2 elephants.
how much of this can we chisel, and how much like lead dust worth can we safely carry?
Lead is extremely soft. Gale could do it in a matter of minutes. It just depends on how much weight you have to spare.
I mean, I could help too. Tinker's tools and all that.
How much lead poisoning do we get?
Okay, everyone here is immune
Quick,
to
could
lead
you
poisoning.
could you run those elephant statistics through me again, please? Just
I
need
will
some
just-
numbers. A bush elephant weighs. Just give me the
Here,
numbers again.
just look at Google.
list them
Afri-
out to me. It's for a
It's
joke.
important that they're out loud.
African bush elephant, 13,000 pounds. Asian elephant, 8,800 pounds. African forest elephant, 6,000 pounds.
You're saying an bush is worth 2 in the forest.
You stop it right now.
2 in
That
the
was it.
bush is 1 in
I'm
the
sorry.
hand.
Wants to go home.
I am
you.
home. I'm home and I'm very salty about being stunned the whole combat.
You were unstunned.
I wasn't actually.
Calm down.
I wasn't actually
You
stunned for
had
most of it, but I'm still
so
salty about
many
it.
rebound points, though. I got none.
You got to punch a flaming hole in the chest of the boss.
Yeah, I was really proud of punching a hole in his gut.
I didn't lay a single finger on him.
Mind flayer, you don't do that.
I could have. I didn't even lay a mind finger on him.
You attack and traumatize from afar.
I didn't even do that. I didn't do shit to him. I just said, "Hi, did you call me a child?" Fuck
No,
I'll
you
be working.
channeled the artifact and fucking blew up everything else. Thank you for
Including
that, by the
myself.
way. That was
Hey, Feck, can I make that medicine check on myself?
Yes, go ahead.
Do I get advantage because humanoids?
No, this is a wisdom check.
What if I have Nordo help me because he's really good at medicine checks?
So in this case, it's more, no, real wisdom. Real wisdom, you son of a bitch.
What? No, I was asking if someone could help
Oh,
me.
yeah, somebody can help you if they're proficient in
Yeah,
medicine.
if Nordo can, because Nordo is proficient in medicine
Sure.
and I'm not.
Yeah, go for
Hey,
it.
yeah, what is
proficient
this? What is
too.
this check for?
Nordo, I
Yeah.
need you to help me look for cobalt features on my body.
Yeah. I too am
All right,
proficient.
Then you guys can work together. I just need to know if there's any possible truth to this.
Okay, Strip, let's check under the feathers. Maybe there's scales under there. I know.
Alrighty, I just get naked.
Are there any scales, Nordo? Or is that normal? Like, bird feet are close to, like, raptor feet.
Well, I mean, like, feathers and scales are very similar.
Your birds are like dinosaurs, so...
So, looking it over, you don't find, like, scales, you don't find weird draconic eyes, he looks like a kinku. But he's real small. Like, real small.
Well, you're about Joker's height. That's about all I could say.
If only they had a fraternity test. Where's Murray? I contact Murray so we can do a fraternity test.
Alright, give me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, that's really good, actually.
DC, unfortunately, is higher because it's Murray, so you go insane until you take a long rest.
I'll probably get
I'll
Dr.
never
Phil with that,
know.
though.
Dr. Phil is even worse. Why are we all making death saving throws now?
And why does it all suck?
I want to make one.
I'm afraid to roll one.
Ooh, I get up.
Oh, what's all this questions I get?
Well, that was close.
Anyway, I know that was a fuckload of combat for like 3 sessions straight. You guys are not going to see any crowd control for a month.
That's
gonna hold you to that.
For the record, fun as hell though.
It
It was
was.
tough, but
Mm.
that like fun mechanic with the thing you upgrade throughout the fight.
Yeah.
That was a cool fight.
I was
Laser
like,
beam
that's-
shooting down. It was so epic, so cinematic.
I wish
loved
I
that
wish
fight.
I could have gotten use of the unlimited
Yeah.
spell casting, but no.
Boy, you like burned through those last 3 all at once. I'm like, oh no, he's not going to get to just like drop blanket fireballs and shit. Oh well. I'm
Hey,
sure-
you evaporated all Illithid within like a 5-mile vine. I think that was a pretty cool use of it.
That's like
Yeah.
a
Not
level,
like we
right?
found in the forest. It was real far away.
Yeah,
Is that-
that's really far?
I'm assuming that the explosion is what also like quote unquote knocked out Nomad as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Hit all aberrations. I wonder if Nibbler's still alive.
Oh,
I probably poofed him before this since he wasn't in the fight.
All right. Yeah. It's probably bedtime.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's late. I need to eat. I'm sick.
Level up?
Stop being
Um,
sick.
You guys do level up.
that too.
We do.
You do level up.
So
Oh my god.
Let's
So-
be.
so that feat that I messaged you about, Feck. Now that I know that I'm a part Cobalt, I think I should build a habit.
All right. I need to look at that, and I also still need to look at a thing for Nordo too, and some other things, but those are the big two. With that said, I gotta go get some food for sure, and then I'll be back to talk it all over and maybe play some Gloomhaven if anyone's around.
All right. I have to like work tomorrow. I actually have to teach a lesson, which sucks, but you know that's just life.
Cool. I have 31
Where-
hit points now.
Woo!
Jesus.
Good job.
Good lord.
Good.
We really
We're-
gotta get that
Alright.
shit figured out.
We're
All
level
right.
10,
Good night,
right?
guys.
Later.
Good
Yeah, we're
night.
level 10 now.
Goodbye. I'm gonna
Alright.
go
I'm out
use the
too.
hot tub because I cleaned it.
Great job.
Take
I
care,
helped
y'all.
You've earned it.
Enjoy the hot tub. I'm
Have a good
jealous.
time.
Bye.
When do I get hot tub?
As soon as you come
Same.
here. Like as soon as you come here.
I might be black for Gloomhaven. I might be back for Gloomhaven.
Yeah.
You might
I'll
be
do
black, eh?
blackface.
Once you go black. Stop
You'll
that.
never go sack.
Ooh, guys. I get immunity to disease and poison.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both of your characters have that.
Otherworldly pact.
Drew isn't about the 2 things that Nox made for him. So. I think I'm gonna dip out too to probably restart my computer and then go make some dinner.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready for work.
I just got a fun thing to do with the Shadow Blade.
Please get this.